I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Hello everyone, welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim and this is Technology Thursday. Welcome. Yeah, great intro. Yeah, it's powerful. I want to just say right off the top that this has been an amazing show so far. I've test drove my laptop that we just bought, an Intel i7 8th generation with the 16 gigs of RAM and a dedicated solid state hard drive and an other hard drive, a terabyte. Amazing. Dell made it. And we test drove it. I had a little noise coming out of it and we found out where the noise is coming from. It was the virus checker. And I've got to disable the virus checker, and that's something you have to do with computers because oftentimes they will suck up your RAM and totally delay your multitasking ability. It's best to do virus checking at night or when you're not using your computer. So, little word or tip of advice, don't virus check and expect your computer to be running. Similarly, if you go to our Vaughn site, you may encounter a problem. The CoinHive thing that Mark installed where he mines Bitcoins off of your computer, there's a bypass for that. What I recommend people doing is opening up their pop-out chat at Vaughn and then closing their main room and then grabbing our link at Third Party on Twitter. Every single day we post a link to Periscope and you can watch that with little drain on your computer. You're also able to use Periscope or iVlog to watch our show if you're running on a tablet and you don't want to use your bandwidth. We've got 300 kbytes video signals rolling out pretty smoothly. One on Flash with iVlog and the other on HTML5 with Periscope. So all these different technologies coming together, a symphony of rich internet applications pieced together and working effectively to provide a daily show. With all prosumer quality equipment, we could probably replace the equipment we use for about $2,500 total. a far cry from the old days in technology when I spent nearly $10,000 on various computers to do the work I did back in the old days. And I never really got that money completely back. I used a lot of the computers were just for having fun, and I met Sarah on an older computer. And that's the best thing that ever happened. So I can't say that was a waste of money, that's for sure. And apparently there's some sort of an event going on, a Bonmas event. That's happening simultaneous to our show. Hey, remember War of the Worlds? Directed energy weapons, prophesized taking down our country. People were so freaked out in the 1930s, they killed themselves over this movie. It was actually a radio broadcast, H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. And here it is, prophesized laser beam destruction, death rays. Well, the very same thing that led them to believe that that was possible back in the 30s was a technology developed by Nikola Tesla called a death ray. And the death ray is something that very likely could be happening. Our government has a directed energy weapon on some of our planes. So we are very suspicious that those are being used to start fires. You bought an 8 gigabyte RAM Costco HP Envy solid state drive. Good. Yeah, for $699. Well, I don't know. It's your choice because you really need 16 gigs of RAM, and you're not going to find less than something like that for less than $1,000. With the kind of computer that laptop was. That's a gaming laptop. We got a Dell gaming laptop. Retails for about $1,200. So it has the fans in the back. If you find a laptop with the fans in the back, that's the best kind of laptop to get. Seriously. Otherwise, your computer tends to overheat and the processor will break. Take it from me, I've gone through like 5 or 6 laptops over the years broadcasting. So, yeah. You do want to clean out your vents too. If you do have a laptop underneath, you want to blow it out with some concentrated air. Very important to keep those fans rolling smoothly. Otherwise, you overheat, your processor burns. I actually met a guy back east when I sold one of my computers on eBay, and he said, yeah, he buys these computers all the time, the HPs especially, because they break down. And he told me he had invented a method that he sticks the processor in the toaster oven, heats it up to a certain temperature, and he's able to resolder the board. I mean, can you imagine? And he's making money reselling HPs off of eBay that he buys, junked PCs. He revitalizes them or something. He knows exactly the weak points in the processors, so he reconditions them and refurbishes them and sells them. He makes a living doing it. Very interesting guy. Kind of like, just making money any way he can. The 12 gigs are mainly all 5 ratings. Well, I think the issue is 8 gigs of RAM. So if you can slip another stick in there and there's enough room for it, you wouldn't have to replace your computer. So you really need at least 12 gigs of RAM to run a daily show. Remember, the Windows the actual operating system now, Windows 10, takes a couple gigs just to operate. Just to show you that little pretty picture and everything. A couple gigs of RAM just to do that. It's very RAM intensive. Yeah, I suppose. I don't think you can use an external slot to add RAM unless you have a computer that has a RAM capability on an external slot. Sure. I mean, putting a flash drive, an 8 gigabyte flash drive, is not going to get you more RAM. See all the technology we take for granted now? It is like constant. Everyone is dealing with this. Oh, good. Thank you. Taking time bags, you're doing some home health care for somebody. That's good. And Anita, you've been in our show on a regular basis. You certainly are dealing with your health crisis and moving as well. We're kind of a hangout for a lot of people in the evening because they do run a 4-hour video show in the evening playing videos that are submitted to our show. And a lot of people hang out and talk politics. It's really kind of a nice hangout. That's really what I wanted to create when I started. No, your micro SD slot will not replace your SSD. Really? So you just got signed by a talent agency? Good for you. Aren't you talented? We all have such a basic level of the internet. That's true. We only see what the wizard lets us see. The huge amount of coding that goes into your Windows operating system never would have even arrived in our doorstep. We wouldn't have been able to buy Windows operating systems if we hadn't had cheaper and bigger memories, because Windows really relied on those memories getting big real fast. And without that innovation, I don't think Microsoft would have even succeeded as a company, because the code that's written into Windows operating systems is so full of errors and patches. It's like a mountain of patch code. And that's why you need a fairly large footprint in your computer for your operating system. That's why you need at least 128 gigabyte hard drive to run the operating system. So when you get a solid state drive that runs the operating system, everything else goes to the terabyte external or internal that you have in there, which is great. It doesn't labor your computer, and you can start up quicker with a solid state drive. And they have perfected solid state drives, but you do need that bigger terabyte to add to your collection, because you can't just keep adding flash drives unless you really want to. Yeah, and if your computer really sucks, Misanthropy's right. Install Linux on it. And Linux will actually, it's such a light operating system and a well-made operating system, it'll actually free up your memory and your computer functionality. But some people have to run Windows inside of Linux in order to operate some of their computer programs. So it gets complicated. Anyway, let's take a look at the news. That's the chat. Here are the headlines. Trump is going to pick Nuart to replace Haley as the UN ambassador, sources say. Heather Nuart. Okay. In his long line of picking beautiful women to replace other people who are beautiful, he's still doing his standard of surrounding everyone with beautiful women, which is his kind of his byline. I want to be around beautiful women at all times. I've got so many women,
Fox
so
News
incredible.
Alert tonight, multiple sources tell Fox News that President Trump will tweet tomorrow morning to make the announcement that he will nominate Heather Nauert, currently acting Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs at the State Department and former reporter at Fox News, to be the next United Nations ambassador. The nomination would be for the post to replace Nikki Haley, who is moving on from the United Nations. It's also a post that was once held by George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st president of the United States. So more on that as we get it.
All right. Well, good to know that the beautiful people will be coming into the White House and joining him in the Oval Office. He must have like 5 or 6 babes in there at all times, with no cameras, no way of knowing who's in there, no way of knowing what's going on in there. The cook was great, NRT. Yeah, it turned out I've got a chicken soup on the stove from a breast I made from a free-range chicken. I've got a beautiful breast of chicken that I've marinated in lemon and butter that I put out there as the main course. And I've got a rice dinner that's cooking in a ricer and probably going to be turning off in about 5 minutes. I'll probably check it out. Or it's just on warm when I get it done. It's pretty amazing how quick I can throw things together and make big meals. Yeah. And we did it in record time, 45 minutes. Okay. Good to know. So, I just think it's kind of ridiculous that every pick he makes is some person he can manipulate or look at and go, "Oh, you're so beautiful. Oh, you remind me of my daughter Ivanka." I mean, this man does not use a really keen mind to make decisions about our country's future. He's mostly going on his little brain inside of his penis. Yeah, I seriously don't know if she has the qualifications to do this job. Nikki Haley was pretty good, so good that she actually stood up against Trump, which is exactly what you need from someone who's working in that environment. They have to work with other foreign governments to make deals. They can't just be all about Trump. All right. Trump has got this loyalty thing that's almost disturbing because it doesn't amount to anything. We don't go anywhere. We've had trade wars started with how many nations around the world? It's ridiculous. Oh, I did want to find out what the stock market was doing today. Dow Jones is down 79 points. So it was kind of a big drop early on in trading. The Dow, Trump tweeted, "I'm a tariff man," and the Dow dropped 800 points. It's not doing good. No, it dropped below 25,000, and you can see a big drop. And then profit taking, more drop, real down, and then all of a sudden, kind of a ride upward. Yeah. Interesting. That's weird. Previous close. All right. So it's just a hair down by 79. All right, it doesn't affect most of us. What do we care, But do shop for items at the market that are low cost. Like today I went out, I bought coupon specials. I opened up my flyer that comes in the mail, and I said, wow, that's some pretty good deals. So I went out and got 2 pounds of organic frozen broccoli and cauliflower for $3.20. $1.69 a package. I went out and bought 2 cans of New England Bar Harbor lobster bisque for $2.50 a can. No GMO, no dangerous MSG. And I picked up 2 really big cups of Challenge butter with olive oil in it. That you can actually smoothly butter your toast. I got 2 of those for $4. So for $12, I walked away with 2 bags of groceries. So whenever you can, shop that way. That's one way to hedge against this inflationary trend. The upward trend came after Mueller announced more Trump supporters cut deals to stay out of jail. I don't do a comb over. I just have a thing called hair right here. Yeah, it comes out of my head, and I sweep it over with a thing called a comb. Yeah, but it's not a comb over per se. Well, it is a rumor that Michelle Obama is a man, and I've been pushing that rumor on the world as much as I could, because I have a feeling she's going to try to run for president, and I don't want a tranny pretending to be a female. I'd rather have a female running for president. If she runs with Hillary, you'd have a female and a tranny, but I think she'd be a lesbian and a tranny. So I'm not really sure. We don't have solid proof that Hillary's a lesbian. We just have numerous people saying that she's solicited lesbian escorts. I can only say it's hearsay at this point. You like lesbians? Yeah. Well, you're a lesbian. You should. A lot of men are really into lesbians too. Believe it or not, lesbians are very attractive to men, especially when the men want to be lesbians themselves and can't be. It's kind of a trap scenario. So like men who want to be lesbians, there's no category in the LGBTQP category. By the way, I don't support LGBTQP per se, because they added P to it for pedophile. But I do support the rights of people who are gay to not be discriminated at the workplace in our government. And I will stand for that. Trump's trying to dissolve those laws, those anti-discrimination laws. And I would never do that. I want to make sure you know that you'll have a job in the military too, even if you're transsexual, in between having your penis chopped off or not. You could work the Starbucks venue. Starbucks will offer free surgery for you to have your penis chopped off. Zeno, you're not allowed to do that. Yeah, you can't keep posting. Yeah. Apparently he lied to me too, and it really cost him a lot. I'm reading your message. And you want to kick 677 for attacking you? Okay? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to clear chat, and I'll kick him if he does anything bad. Okay? Now, his casket makes the train journey to the final resting place. This has got to be one of the longest funerals I've ever seen of a standing president. It was longer than JFK's procession. And I didn't see one tearful eye in any of these cases except for George W. Bush. I'm sure a lot of people were crying about the loss of George H.W., but he lived to be, 94 years old? I mean, how could you blame him? I mean, he probably got tired of smelling his own body, you know? I don't like the way I smell. Huh? I don't like those damn showers either. When you get old like that, you get crotchety, you know? He probably got tired of his caregivers, giving him a little tip for tap. Speaking of tips for taps and tips and other types of tips, look at that. Yeah, there's an example of what we encountered with Hillary looking at Christina Aguilera's breasts. And she kind of likes her because they look alike. I wonder what the net effect was. Yeah, so the rumor is that Hillary's gay and so is Bill. That's what the rumor is. But there are people rumoring that I'm gay and I'm not. So I don't want to mischaracterize Hillary if she indeed is not a lesbian or a full-blown bull dyke. No, Mark streams haven't... Mark has been limiting people in our room to only people that went to the T. Rucker show. Believe it or not, that's the reason why a lot of you are in here, because you were all T. Rucker people. Sponheim SquarePants probably encountered some problems coming in here, because he wasn't a T. Rucker fan. He's been in our show for a long time. He says when two women get it on, it's because they have not yet met a man who satisfies them, unless they are legit lesbians. Only joking, of course, but everyone picks their own path. You're right. I'm not holding... I don't believe that a lesbian is going to be permanently a lesbian either. There's a possibility that she may flip. And then again, there's always a woman married to her husband that she's bored with who becomes a lesbian. That's common in our area. I try not to go out walking with Sarah because there's so many lesbians in our area that they kind of hit on her when we're in public. So we try not to walk at our immediate area because this is like gay central in this whole island where I live. I think that's fine. Gay people can do their own thing. Consenting adults can do whatever they want in the privacy of their own sick world. I have no problem with that. Truly. So he's heading toward his final resting place. Are we going to have like a side video of the actual burial? Is that going to be another 2 days of burying George H.W. Bush? Can't we just keep him in like a vat of formaldehyde like they did Lenin? Lenin, you can still view Lenin apparently if you have the proper credentials in Russia. He's in a vat of formaldehyde. He's been perfectly preserved all these years. No, I don't live on the Isle of Lesbos. That's an actual isle in the Greek islands. They sued lesbians, for the misuse of their name. There's nobody on the Isle of Lesbos who's lesbian. They were very offended. So we can talk about something besides lesbians. Okay, thanks. David, what was in the envelope that made everyone look disgusted at the funeral? I don't know. What was in the envelope? A piece of his hair or something? I mean, what did he put in the envelope? Some of his... Maybe it was the some of the fabric that was torn off of the women he grabbed their asses. Some pubic hair? Yeah. Well, our former president had 8 incidences where he grabbed the butts of women around him and made a joke about David Copperfield. Nobody's saying that in his eulogy. Nobody mentioned it, and I haven't heard anything about this envelope. Robuscules, could you get on that? Thank you. You really are kind of sickening, slightly new Slim Jim. I'm going to purge that. Please don't talk about necrophilia in the show. Thanks in advance. I don't know. Compared to George H.W. Bush's, McCain got half the coverage. I would highly recommend, if they want, just resuming McCain and having him go through the same ritual again, just to catch up to George H.W. Bush, because I think George H.W. Bush has had way too much after burial footage or pre-burial footage. The guest ran off iBlog. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. There's only 29 people, and a lot of them are guests, you know. Zeno, if Scissor Fight was right about you, we're going to have to continue to ban you because you are a troublemaker. And, you know, we lost Scissor Fight over you. So it's not like you're going to replace one of the greatest guys in our show by being this way. So you're kind of blowing it. So for some reason, Scissor Fight really didn't want to be an op in our show anymore. And if he is watching from some remote location, sorry we didn't please you. Now, Trump has refused to recite the Apostles' Creed or sing the hymns at the Bush funeral. And this is quite a big problem because Trump claims to be Presbyterian. He claims to have studied under Norman Vincent Peale as his pastor. Well, that's the problem. He was worshiping under a Luciferian. Yeah. Now, before we go there, I have to at least show you this footage of the actual non-reading of the hymn. The Obamas read the hymns. Even Michelle, the transgender, read the hymns. But, right. Let's play this for you.
Firm in his principles and supportive as we began to seek our own ways. He encouraged and comforted, but never steered. We tested his patience. I know I did. But he always responded with the great gift of unconditional love.
Okay, so he sat alongside Bill and Hillary, and he didn't recite the hymns. Big faux pas. He also took a moment to slip Michelle Obama candy. Oh, George W. did. Oh, he likes Michelle. He has a little thing for Michelle. I don't know what it is. Maybe, you know, they always did think that George W. was gay. Maybe it's a gay thing that's going on there. Now, if you are concerned with the word David Copperfield, which was recited by the president when grabbing the asses of women, don't freak out, okay? Because a lot of people are beginning to wonder, is this guy real, this David Copperfield? I don't know, but I know that it's getting a little bit weird. No, I'm not gay, but everybody else around me could be. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not inside your head. Michael, the transgender man, was seemingly has a good relationship with George W. Okay. Zeno says he's not coming back. He's been here since the Blog TV days. He's very hurt, and we're going to lose Zeno and Scissor Fight over this huge problem. Wow. I don't know how we're going to recover. This is unbelievable. I mean, I feel like overwhelmed. You realize the show's been going on for 10 years, for 8 years prior to Scissor Fight. And 10 years prior to you coming in here and making a fool of yourself, lying to me. All right. You can always come in under a new name, Zeno, because I think you've got a bad rap all over iVlog. They say you're a total ass kisser. And when you lied to me, that was a big mistake. Okay, well, let's say goodbye finally to the last moments of this funeral. Laura and George W. And George W. did cry, which showed his deep love for his father. Yeah. Bye. Okay, next. On to the next concept. Boy, we had a New World Order nightmare legacy with the Bush family. Thank goodness Jeb didn't win. No, I didn't lose half of the presidential votes, NRT. I don't think any of you realize what's happening. Yeah, number one, most people are not gay. Number two, when I say most, 90% of the population is not gay. Number two, the Democrats have been identified now with LGBTQ+, and I'm not a part of that. So I'm really bringing people in, and the Republicans don't want to take a stand against LGBTQ+, because I don't support it. I think it's ridiculous to have special bathrooms for transgenders like Michael Obama. I think it's ridiculous. You haven't missed anything. Exactly, chat room. Why would a man be gay? Women have butts too. So true. Yeah, there you go. So true. Whatever that means. I'm sure we'll all figure it out eventually. But yeah, we lost 2 major viewers. Scissor Fight was one of the greatest ops we've ever had. He decided never to come back because I allowed Xenu in the room, and I made such a mistake by allowing Xenu in the room that now Xenu has turned into a big departure as well, and all this hysteria and drama. So I've lost 2 key supporters over this tip for tap thing. Really sad. I'm devastated. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to make it through tonight. I'll have to drink some chamomile tea just to sleep. I'm so heavily frazzled. He told a lie. You can't lie here. You lie like a rug. Okay, helicopter raining down sparks in California. This is where we left off. This is one of the last things we saw when Scissor Fight was an op.
Sparks. This is not water, guys. This is not water. This is a helicopter dropping down fire to cause this to happen, to cause people to die. Dozens of people have died because of this. Hundreds and thousands of people have lost their lives. Animals, everything is just, we're sending money to fund this. Trump knows what's going on, guys. Look at this in the back, right here. It's still dropping. Look at.
Wait a second. What does Trump have to do with this? Trump doesn't know anything. If anything, Trump's Uncle John Trump was a nuclear physicist who carried a lot of technology over here that Tesla used to create weather modification. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Thank you. Scissor Fight just piped in. He said, kind of funny, Dave lets faceless guests run his supports. Exactly. That's why you're so upset. Because, I let the guests attack, and so all of these things are part of, oh, you're not? Okay. Well, all of these are part of a general, I think, clarification of who we are and what we're doing. Number one, you have to have an ironclad constitution to do this show. You cannot do the show without that. I have that. I have never had a problem with Scissor Fight. He's the one who left the show. But if you don't have an ironclad constitution, hey, you're a gay person. I'm not gay bashing. I'm just not going to support your LGBTQ movement. You're a freak. Deviant freak, and I want you out of here. Thank you. So we're kind of telling the Democrats, go suck off the LGBT movement all you want. Seriously. I'm drawing a line on the sand, and I'm not going to cater to a bunch of lesbian, gay, bi, transgender political wishes. Period. All right, now let's move on and try to figure out where we are and clarify what this is a person. This is a personal issue that we've created. Where are we relative to the people that don't have the spine to hang out here? Who among us have the spine to hang out here? I know I do. A lot of you dedicate your time to watching our show. You spend the time enjoying our show, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, we got some indictments coming.
Now, where that professor and I come together is on the fact that the federal government is totally broken, totally corrupt, totally dysfunctional. The federal government has been used to steal land and steal money from the public. And the states have lost their authority. We need to nationalize the Federal Reserve, which is neither federal nor a reserve.
I really like this guy. He is so good. We're going to bring you a 53-minute video tonight. He is the guy that's actually coming forth with all kinds of truth about the child pedophiles and how the elites are drinking blood. So the Koch brothers kept us down. You're claiming Mark got paid by the Koch brothers? Wow. This is the first I've heard of that. Yeah. They created the coking process, the thing that makes gasoline. Well, for one, the host is not letting people attack others. I am trying to do the best I can to forge what this centrist movement is. We don't cater to the commies or the extreme leftist, lesbian, gay, transgenders. We don't. But we're not going to reverse the laws like Trump is doing and make it so that you can't be a tranny in the military. One of the things I want to do with the technology, hey, is make things that are really plug and play. Simple to use, simple to construct. I'd like to build portable housing that you can use without having to use wrenches and screws. There's some brand new interlocking wall panels that I would love to see mass produced in America, where you can literally build a house without having to use machinery and any type of nails. I mean, the idea of a modular home is one thing, and we have that. We have a lot of modular homes in America, but the idea of building portable housing for people seems like a very viable thing for people who are just wanting to start something new rather quickly. So that's one idea, modular construction. Another is renewable energy, green, clean technologies that really can help our country profit. Now, if we save energy, we're going to save money, and that's going to help the bottom line for our economy. So when we individually save money, we as a nation, as a whole, will save money. So I plan on developing renewable energy technology like solar rooftops that can be installed relatively quickly on your house and ironically be paid for by the electric savings in your electric bill. So you'll still save money on your electric bill, and some of that money will go back to paying off the electric cost of putting a solar rooftop together. This is a multi-tiered plan to create jobs in a time of automation, where we have many people building solar rooftop installation companies, and the country will help these people get started. And we'll have a homestead renewal plan to fix up houses. This is all stuff that's 100 years behind or more. What are you saying? Behind? All of these are cutting edge ideas that have never been implemented. What do you mean 100 years behind? I'm sorry. What about housing and low-cost energy isn't modern? I mean, really. Cute bird video composition.
What the fuck? Fuck hell.
I'm sorry, but that's inappropriate. Those are birds told how to use bad words. That's inappropriate here. Yeah. How about all we just demand we are treated like humans and not worry about race, gender, or sexual orientation? Hell of a concept, I know. I would love to, I don't judge people based on their lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, queer, or pedophilia. Well, I do judge people on their pedophilia. So I can't say I'm trying to, not judge people. But how about if we don't spend all our time catering to those people and focusing on making children gay, bi, transgender? How about not forcing, gender neutrality on children so that they don't confuse children with who they are? Wouldn't that be nice? Now, there's the weirdest video you'll ever see right here. This is it symbolizes the messed up society we live in. Yeah, exactly.
Why are you?
I'm just telling you, that's where the discussion was going.
Why?
I just got a link. I played it, okay?
Okay.
It's just some weird German art. It's no big deal. It's the Germans. They're so messed up as a nation that they produce art like that. Joe, I don't think this is the time to talk about your problem. Okay? Yeah, Joe Pesci. That was weird, but that did kind of embody the weirdness of our society right now. We never asked for any of this weirdness. None of us did. It's forced upon us. We don't have to be a part of that. You don't have to succumb to a mentality that's just completely off the norm. Are you an Uber driver during the day? No, I don't have insurance that would cover Uber driving. Most insurance companies don't cover it. Well, I'm going to go check on the dinner. Sarah's here, and I didn't want to interrupt her time with any kind of weird German art. I'm sorry I played that.
I'm sorry I didn't. I was late.
Oh, that's okay. You're never late. That's good. I'm just a little bit overwhelmed by the fact that we've had a cooking show, and I've got dinners prepared, and I managed to get in here. It's just almost too much,
Yeah, it is too much.
And as a choreography thing, I've got 3 networks rolling out. People don't realize all the things that I do to make this a viable show. And when people drop off who aren't ops or who don't want to be ops and they don't like it because something I did, they don't have any idea all the things that I put up with on a nightly basis to bring you a show every single night for 10 years. I mean, I don't think any of you have any idea the level of commitment necessary to pull this show off the way I do. I think you really undervalue what we do here. Many of you do. Some of you may value it, but most people are amazed that I can pull this off. But the reality is, without Sarah's help, I couldn't do this. I need the 2 break times just to, make dinners and stay busy constantly. So, okay, I'll watch that tonight. Let's take a look. No, you're not allowed to come in here and post. Don't click on that link. Yeah, you're not allowed to come in here, buddy. You've been banned from the show. All right, Sarah's here to answer your questions, whatever they may be, about technology and the future. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll take your advice. Don't get married unless, what? I will just don't get married. I'm not married yet legally. So there you go. Wow, 415. No, I did not hear about that. The Yellow Vest insurrection is the most devious plan ever. It is in fact a push to coup is possible next Saturday, you think? Interesting. I don't have an opinion. Maybe my opinion is what one person thinks is hot is not always what everyone else thinks is hot. Or is it? I don't know if that's true or not. Does everybody think the same people are hot? Attractive? Or do different people find different people attractive? I would definitely consider myself a sapiophile. Totally. I probably know a little bit about how a man's mind works. You think it's really interesting? Not really, Tickin. I don't know. David thinks everybody's hitting on me. And I don't know about that. No, I don't tell kids that Santa's not real or yeah. I ask them if Santa visits their house. I really liked today. There was a musical, and it was all about the Polar Express and how, some people, I was listening, it's like some people don't believe in Santa. Oh, okay. Well, I could agree with that to a point, misanthropy. And some people, you think they're intelligent, and then you're like, oh, God. Never mind. No, thank you. No, thank you. Great. How am I going? No, thank you. I guess Periscope decided to catch up and play audio. I'm tolerant of everyone. Yes, I would think that. Exactly, ATPer. No, I should try that one on them, 415. I'd be like, Santa sent an elf to watch us to make sure that you've been not nice and not naughty. Oh, that's a good... Oh, I like Dr. Meow's. Explain the unexplainable in socially relative terms. Social construct to deflect responsibility when your Christmas present really isn't what you wanted. He didn't quite say that, but I could try, but I don't.
What's the question?
Sarah, can you beg Scissor and Xenu to make things right?
No, this is the thing. I'm not going to cater to people's sensitivities. We are not here to be helping people who are sensitive get through the day. This is a very difficult venue we have, and if you can't cut it, go somewhere else. We don't have to worry about catering to people who are overly sensitive. We just don't.
Sometimes I feel overly sensitive. Especially this time of year. The last 2 weeks have just been... I think I need to sleep more. That's what I think I need to do. How was he right? Yeah, it's the cold weather.
And believe me, I would have never had mods to begin with, at all. I mean, that one guest is our best mod right now, and I would never have had mods at all.
As soon as you say NHL, the great one, I tune out. Sorry.
Yeah, we're not into Gretzky either, and that's his fixation. It's all he talks about is Gretzky this, Gretzky that.
I don't want to watch it. I'm not clicking on your link because I have no interest in that.
Right.
Oh, that's a good idea too, 992. I should drink more water.
I'll get you a glass.
Keeping an open mind can be a tough thing, difficult. Being calm, not reacting. I'm listening to this book on tape called Crucial Conversations. And I realize that what I do is I think I am very passive aggressive because I will just stop talking if I feel
That's a sign of
unsafe.
passive aggressiveness. That's a classic sign.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah, that is a really the problem with passive aggressiveness is a thing called gunny sacking.
Oh, there's this thing it talks about in this book about or it says something people resort when crucial conversations happen, people resort to two things: silence or violence. Silence is like they just withdraw, they won't talk about it.
Yeah.
And violence is like they
Angry.
to get angry and try to get their own way. Yeah. And really they're like there could be a third option. You just calmly talk to the person. And really a lot of things is that people get both of those ways because they don't feel safe. They might feel threatened or something like that.
Yeah, that's very common.
I don't know if I don't usually have the aggressive part of the passive aggressive. I usually am just passive.
Right. Well, the biggest problem is gunny sacking with passive aggressiveness, and what happens is you begin resenting the people you're around as opposed to telling them how you feel.
Right.
And that's the only downside of being passive aggressive. Other than that, people would never know that you're, holding things in, and other than that, the downside is this resentment you might feel,
Yeah, definitely. I would say that is, I'm there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a reality that you have to deal with if you have that, I'm not passive aggressive, so
I know you're the opposite.
I'm more overt about my feelings.
Yep. Right, I don't understand the most elegant equation, Euler mathematics. I've heard of Euler, but I haven't heard of that book, no. Yeah, I try to be tactful. I don't know what they all have in common, and I don't care. Interruption is a tactic all women use. That's true. David has complained that I have interrupted him in the past, so I'm pretty good about not doing that. I think I get my thick hair from my parents, Jay Smith. Yeah, how can we be less frustrated, misanthropy? Maybe if we could be less frustrated with... I think I should take a bath and go to bed. Even though I have things to do, I think that's what I need to do. I need to not watch any TV. I need to not worry about my to-do list. I just need to take a bath and go to bed. Well, David has all of his videos on YouTube, John Uncaged. Pro US, what is WN, the great one? Oh my goodness, Busy, you just cracked a tooth. I'm so sorry. That's never gonna happen, Ticken. Yeah, Epsom salt bath. That will be good. David would like that, Darius, but that's it. Why? I mean, it'll happen if David serves 2 terms of Office. Yes, David does. He made lemon chicken something and rice. That does look good. I'll have that. Oh, they were all featured on The Simpsons? That's pretty funny. No, I'm not going to play a video for everyone. I can either read the news or play trivia. 1, news. Press 1 if you want the news. 2 if you want trivia. Okay, I've got 2 votes for news. I do 2 sources for news. Usually I do Google News first, and then I do Drudge Report. 3 if you want me. I want you to want me. I need you to need me. I'd love you to love me. Trump is going to pick Nauert to replace Haley as the UN ambassador. Heather Nauert. Well, I'm glad he is picking women for U.S. ambassadors to the UN. Well, that's why I try to do Drudge Report as well as Google News. Democrat Dan McCready withdraws concession in North Carolina House race amid fraud allegations. Wow. President George H.W. Bush's casket made the train journey to its final resting place. I don't want a Dachshund dog or any other kind of dog. I know what I don't want. I don't want a dog. Or a corgi. I don't want a dog. Yes, I heard that too. Busy heard Trump had illegals working at his golf course in Jersey. I heard that too. Southern California, rain killed 1 person. And evacuations are being ordered at burned areas due to mudslides. It's record rain, mudslides, road closure, and snow all in Southern California. Nine more people got sick in the E. coli outbreak that's affecting romaine lettuce. A major for-profit college closed, surprising thousands of students. Go to a nonprofit, WGU. Los Angeles teachers are planning a January strike if no contract is reached. Well, interesting. Thanks, 404. Education Corps of America, one of the largest for-profit college chains in the nation, announced this week it will be closing on Friday It's leaving thousands of students scrambling to find alternatives. Brightwood College in Texas. She was in the middle of taking a medical assistant certification exam Wednesday when a school official came into the classroom in tears, delivering a message the student never thought she would hear. The school was shutting down. Last day of classes would be Friday. They're not just closing one campus, they're closing 70 campuses across the country. Students are unable to complete their programs. Teachers are out of a job. Their accreditor said recognition for its schools would be suspended. And students have taken out thousands of dollars of loans. My goodness. Wow. Okay. All right, Howie did it. Extremely rare. There's a guy that made a good-looking woman. What? All right. 404 has something about New York State, upstate New York has highest paid teachers in upstate New York, educators who earn the most in every county rated. Highest paid teachers. Oh, that's just teachers in New York, right? 404. He made you watch some female singer or male singer, drag queen, something like that. Was that him? I don't know what WN means, the great one. I don't even know what you mean by that. Stop with abbreviation and maybe I'll know what you're talking about. What? Oh, then it's a good thing I don't know what it is, because yes, I do purposely neglect those people. It should already be a crime, 404. Thank you, Evelyn Mitty, for explaining what that was.
Some water. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
It says Montana schools chief is seeking to make teacher sex with students a crime, and that's what it should already be a crime, in my opinion. Hopefully, it already is. Wow. So, an insurance company has been overwhelmed by the cost of the California wildfire, so it just completely went out of business. Whatever, Howie. Winter Storm Diego is set to wreak havoc across the southern U.S. Hook on a PG&E tower is eyed as the cause of this deadly campfire. It was a single steel hook that held up a high voltage line in nearly 100-year-old high voltage transmission tower. Wow. Man. The fire began at the base of a transposition tower which serves to redistribute the electricity on the system to balance the load and assure safety. The tower has two arms holding out the jumper, a part of the line that's being shifted to another point at the top of the tower. The arms each hold electrical insulators which resemble a series of white discs. Authorities believe the fire started with a fracturing of a steel hook that holds up the insulators to the arm above. It's one of those hooks, sources with knowledge of the investigation say, that failed in high winds the morning of November 8th. Wow. Yeah, I think it's it could be. We'll see. I know they're suing 8 PG&E. No, not really, Howie. At this point, what difference does it make? And just in time, because...
Yeah, just-in-time technology. I have to get my coffee over here.
Okay.
Yeah, the 10-day weather forecast shows, fairly warm evenings. I mean, not warm, but not freezing.
There's Game Awards, 2018 Game Awards. Thank you. I think I will. Chicken, that's bizarre. Wow, 404. Interesting. He did show you on camera his cooking. I don't know. I haven't seen him. I Love Fries. I think he's working on his work. Yes, maxed out credit. Thank you, Busy, for liking my hair. Yeah, they say the lettuce is watered by sewer water, and that's why it's continuing to be bad. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll eat David's food, and then I'll have some dinner. Oh, I'll have to wait until I come in here again,
Okay,
and then
yeah.
I'll have a bath after that.
There's dinner for you. If you want to have the whole chicken breast, you can. You may want to add something to it, like butter or cheese or something. But there's rice, really good with the drippings of the turkey.
Oh, did you rectify your intro something, or change your intro?
No, why? Should I?
I don't know. How he did it keeps. He has something about you have a preposition where we are at. He thinks it should just say where we are.
No, that's an incorrect grammar Nazi behavior that I've already punished him by muting him in the show. he doesn't understand we can't take that type of criticism here.
David has a much warmer heart.
Yes. Thank you. Sarah's found out that she's more passive aggressive. So that's good enough.
Well, you always said I was. So.
Well, I didn't really make a big deal about it,
Oh,
it's just,
you're right.
if you've discovered that about yourself, you always, every good side has a bad side. So there's always a negative to every positive.
Maybe there's a positive to that negative.
There is, yeah. You don't create arguments by being passive aggressive. You tend to be very easygoing. A Maine teacher's salary was so low she couldn't afford formula for her newborn baby, and she was forced to apply for government assistance. Yeah, Maine is a very depressed state. It's one step away from Mississippi. They're both very close to right on the bottom line. LePage hasn't done a lot with Maine in terms of growth either. I mean, there's so many industries that we could see growing in Maine that haven't. It's ridiculous. There's tidal waves that are huge that could actually power up huge electric generators. They never built that tidal generation system they talked about. They have 17-foot tides in certain areas in Maine. And they have a beautiful port we could build things out of. We could actually create ocean vessels like barge homes and things. We could actually see growth out of that area, but they're not thinking that way. The right to die issue, I believe, is an issue that needs to be handled at the state level. I don't believe we should have a national right to die law. I think that's, again, a complete subtraction from where we have to go with the real core issues, which are jobs and housing and money management. I mean, and let's not forget the environment. So along the way, environment, housing, jobs, money management, all that comes together into a theme for a revival for our country. No longer betting on the corporate magnates that outsource labor and then automate everything and don't hire Americans. That's a failed model. That's where Donald Trump took us. We need to leave that alone. We need to build jobs now in lieu of automation. So, big departure from that. We can't subtract our political discussion by talking about right to life, except at the state level, because it's a state issue. 10th Amendment rules on these certain vague areas. Capitalism is actually it is like legalized organized crime when it's being perverted. We don't have any safeguards in place. Our SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, isn't doing enough to stop flagrant abuses on Wall Street. And they're handpicked to be like a kind of silent and don't ruffle the feathers of anybody. The people that work in the SEC need to be watchdogs. And that's what I would do. I would appoint people who are watchdogs in the industry who are trying to stop corporate greed. And yeah, I am referring to the corporate greed that Bernie's talking about all the time. I've been discussing it too, but I don't even live in that world. Bernie does. He makes $2.3 million a year. Trump's economy is completely based on his branding. And I would have to argue in favor of Evil Enmity, who said Trump has the strongest economy ever. In a fake sense, yeah, it's really strong because we're riding on his branding, the Trump branding. That's not an economy based on solid production values and a steady clientele. That's an economy based on some guy pretending like he's going to make all of us very, very rich. It's a very tenuous motivational concept. It could go either way. So that's why our stock market's so volatile in this Trump strongest economy ever. Come on. We're facing the most volatility we've ever faced in the stock market in this strongest economy ever. I mean, come on. Let's be real here. Socialism is working. We've got parts of socialism working right now in our government. What do you think the New Deal was? People getting welfare, that's socialism. But you're right, it's not working. It's costing the working man too much to pay for the non-working man. We've got to get a different formula that doesn't drain money in the process. The welfare checks that go out, a lot of that is we're paying people to sit in their fat ass at social welfare offices and collect a paycheck of $80,000 a year. I'm sorry, but I'd rather give it to 2 or 3 welfare mothers than that. I'd rather beef up the WIC program and help mothers get food that is directly funded by the government so the kids never go starving. But I would rather not hire a whole class of social workers that sit there on their ass all day and deciding whether you qualify or your kids qualify. It puts everybody ill at ease. I'd rather give everybody $400 a month, no questions asked. Anybody who wants it, who's a U.S. citizen, would get it. Anybody who's not a U.S. citizen or who doesn't qualify, like who's getting Social Security or disability, would not get that $400. But anybody who isn't collecting anything right now, I don't care if you got, a good paycheck. You could still use this money for something else like gardening. Hire a gardener. Yeah, they make a lot of money. Social welfare offices. The $7 billion drain on our system from Child Protective Services, $7 billion a year, CPS, and the TSS. The people that handle our baggage, they make about $7 billion a year too. So we're spending a lot of money on jobs that could be replaced by people. The cops could replace CPS workers if they were trained in family care. We could have a robust orphanage system as opposed to a bunch of pedophile, foster parents. And I'm not saying all foster parents are pedophiles, but there are a lot of them that are. Let's make it so that kids are safe, even if they live in an environment with other kids, but they have their own privacy. That's what I'm thinking of, like a modern orphanage. And then a $7 billion a year wouldn't be going out to just paying people to, mistreat kids, because we have no idea how kids are being treated in foster care situations. None whatsoever. Were you in that kind of situation and you weren't safe? I know. Outspoken advocates, Kevin Sorbo, James Woods, Mel Gibson, Wayne Gretzky. I don't think I'm getting much outspokenness from Wayne Gretzky. What has he said lately? What's his big outspoken tweet from Wayne Gretzky? Thank you. David could cut off the money we were giving to Israel to pay for the $400 a month. It's not going to pay for the $400 a month. This concept is going to cost $700 billion. Israel wants $35 billion over 10 years. That's not that big of a deal. I'm more than willing to maintain the funds we give Israel right now as long as they comply with our standards, which would be to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement. It's a document that should have been signed years ago. They just have to declare that they have nuclear weapons and they're going to manage it properly within the constraints of the document. But we can't technically pay Israel until they sign that document. I'm amazed we've been able to pay them. It's only through the Zionist backers that they have, through AIPAC and controlling our government, that they get their payments. But we need to make sure that economic sanctions could be imposed if Israel does engage in violence against the Palestinian people. We have to do that. We can't just let Israel get away with this without any kind of at least a position. We should never, ever hide the fact that Israel is killing Palestinian children, boys. This is not something we need to hide. We need to look at it and embrace the reality that we may cut their funding if they don't comply with certain standards. So it could be tied to human rights, and it could be tied to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement. So I'm more than willing to go in your direction, but to cut them off completely and use that money for something else. The big losers in this entire thing are going to be the military-industrial complex. They aren't going to have the major contracts that they've had before. We'll reposition money toward the necessary growth of certain sectors in the social welfare environment, like $400 a month. Right now, they're spending $1 trillion a year on that's $1,000 billion a year on the military. This will cost upwards of 500 to 700 billion. Roughly half of what the military is overspending. So we'll be pulling the military back to 500 billion in overspending, right down to the bare bones is 500 billion in spending. We pull the 500 billion in overspending and we put that into this. That's how we build this, maintain the existing economy as it is. We are overspending by 500 billion every 6 months though. So Trump has allowed a huge growth in our government, just like Obama did. We haven't been shrinking government. The collapse of the subprime loans in 2009 led to 45% layoffs in the corporate sector, 5% layoffs in the government. So we've never really downsized, and we as a government have to run leaner and meaner. There's no way we can continue forking over $150,000 paychecks to a bunch of do-nothings who sit on their ass all the time. It is a complete crock of shit. Or as Angela Merkel said, she was in the perfect shitstorm. Angela Merkel is going to be stepping down, I believe, relatively soon. She has stated that she used the word shitstorm, and it's the first for a major leader to use the word shitstorm. I started using the word shit in 2016 because I was tired of being so nice in the show. And that's another reason why I've kind of grown into this new non-LGBT support, because I just cannot possibly cater to social issues when we've got bigger problems facing all of us. I certainly don't want people to be discriminated against, and we definitely can impose the existing laws that are currently in place to prevent hate crimes from occurring. But catering to an entire class of people that are completely different than the norm, we don't have the time or the money or the resources to do that. 45% of companies run on a monthly budget. Zombie companies, really? Well, we're going to take it out of the budget, evil entity. That's the point. It has to come out of the expansive Boeing projects we have going. It has to come out of the expansive Lockheed Martin projects. That's not to say we wouldn't keep Lockheed Martin on, as a major provider. And we certainly will do everything we can to modernize the F-35 fleet we currently have. But I must tell you, if we don't deal with this reality that we're overspending by $500 billion every 6 months, we're not going to even be able to do this. This is about juggling the books and making it so that we can actually move money away from the hands of people that are rich into the hands of people that are poor. It's not that big of a deal. The Great One is speaking out, really? Is this more Wayne Gretzky and Rand Paul are the same person, according to John Benet Ramsey, Katy Perry conspiracy theorist? Okay, this is pretty funny. Yeah. I mean, I halfway believe that Katy Perry is John Benet Ramsey, simply because of her beauty and the shape of her face. But yeah, the similarities are compelling. Right. Yeah, so Wayne Gretzky and Rand Paul. Yeah. I don't see where this is going. I think this is kind of a waste of time. Thanks. I did not get any money from, there was a little bit of money that exchanged hands, actually. Yeah. I handled the entire paperwork for my mother's estate, so my father had to, he lived past her by 5 months, he had to transfer money to me as the executor of her will. Oh, I'm sorry, I muted you. Let me unmute you. Dave, do you have any comments on outspoken advocates? No, these people are not advocates of anything. James Woods has become an alt-right Trump mouthpiece. He might as well just have Trump spewing out of his mouth every single tweet he makes. Again, we don't want to talk about anyone like these people that you claim you're talking about. David, let's get real. What are you going to do to beat Trump in 2020? I'm going to maintain a show every night on our current venue and address all the issues facing the country while Trump continues to eat fish burgers and drink Diet Cokes. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do it from the privacy of my own home studio. Thank you. Good. Well, let's hang out together. Thank you. I'm not planning on any big moves because, frankly, you haven't made donations, so I was only able to do what I told you we could do. Without donations, we can't do it. So, I'm not worried about it. Hook on PG&E Tower eyed as cause of deadly campfire. Oh, now they're blaming PG&E for what could have been directed energy weapons, which we still don't know the definitive answer on that because no one's investigating it at the government level. Now they're blaming it on a wire. Yeah, a hook on the PG&E tower that caused the deadly campfire. There it is. Okay. All right. I guess it takes a while to...
Investigative unit has been probing into the cause of this fire. We have learned that investigators have zeroed in on the apparent failure of a steel hook that had secured a high voltage power line to a steel transmission tower. Here's investigative reporter Jackson Vanderbecken.
PG&E failed to maintain the tower, and they have an obligation to do that. And it means that they're liable for this disaster.
Dario Di Cataldi is one of the attorneys suing PG&E over the campfire in Butte County. He's responding to what we learned about its origin. Sources with knowledge of the investigation tell us the fire began here at a tower on PG&E's network of high voltage power lines. This is a transposition tower. It's one of thousands that support PG&E's 18,000 miles of transmission lines. This one is near the origin, and it's nearly 100 years old. You can see a series of discs that insulate the wire from the tower. A hook holds them onto one of the tower's arms. This is the actual tower where the fire started. You can see wires dangling above the spot where the hook failed.
Bull crap. Sorry, I don't buy it. No, we saw the seeding of the fire right there. I played that video for you just a few seconds ago. Yeah, let's go back to that.
Popping sparks. Look at how this fire is burning. So they're zooming in. Look at these sparks. This is not water, guys. This is not water. This is a helicopter dropping down fire to cause this to happen, to cause people to die. Dozens of people have died because of this. Hundreds and thousands of people have lost their lives. Animals, everything is just, we're sending money to fund this.
Okay, so this person went out of his way to zoom in on this video that we had. Notice that not one single photo showed that hook on fire. Exactly. Nor did I see any scorch marks, guest 404. Thank you, guest 404. Yeah, I was quite shocked. Now we can see this. We actually have video of them seeding the fire, the campfire. They dropped burning cinders in 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is no justification for that. Well, could you find me the link to the video taken in 2015, the one I'm playing in the background? Thank you. Yeah, I'll be waiting for your 2 minutes of research. Go ahead and debunk it. Yeah, feel free. Even if it wasn't an actually accurate video, we still have photographs of directed energy weapons burning into the houses that burned at 3,000 degrees. Yeah, we're talking directed energy weapons here. I know. It's like way more intense than you could ever imagine. I think you're having a problem with intensity. Go ahead. We're on the air.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Okay, go ahead. What's that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Go ahead. What? Yeah, the guy's retarded. It's so sad. Yeah. So bizarre and sad. Okay, it goes by many names. Climate control. All these names are part of the header that you can call it. Weather warfare. That's what I call it. All these names that we've come up with to deal with this difficult and very disturbing reality that we're being dumped on. Yeah, this is our daily life here. This is what we have. We have constant sprays over our faces and chemicals blown into our lungs, and I'm telling you about directed energy weapons, and it's hard for you to understand that because this is also new. And it's very, very hard to, communicate when you're behind a scrim, Welcome, everybody, UHFers. How are you? Wouldn't an infrared be clear? Well, I don't know exactly what kind of directed energy weapon we're talking about because, frankly, we don't know a lot about directed energy weapons. They do. Just a few miles away from the campfire is a weapons base, a U.S. Naval or U.S. Air Force weapons design center. They handle directed energy weapons just a few miles away. So if they started these particular fires with directed energy weapons, we would know that if the government was doing a detailed research into this, but they're not. Because the government doesn't seem to do anything substantial to help the American people. They just waste money left and right. They're good at that. Yeah. So creating new technologies like this would be hidden from the American people. We wouldn't even know about it. The only beings that would know about it would be AI. AI would be integrating these particular types of weapons, which could be run unautomated through navigation systems that have been hijacked. That is a possibility. But, if somebody does know about this, we would find out about it if we did a detailed investigation. Drones can seed fires. Anything can happen. Drones could even be equipped with directed energy weapons, theoretically. Directed energy weapons operate on energy frequencies outside of the human visual spectrum, unless they are laser-based. Right, and the laser-based ones that we have seen are significant. We've seen houses burned to a crisp, and all the trees are kept standing. But here's a unit created by Lockheed Martin that has a directed energy weapon on it. That's mounted on the tip of it. Yeah, hey, how you doing? Yeah, and then look at the chemicals they dump in the sky. They say aluminum and barium ignite and create an accelerant in a fire. So they dump aluminum and barium on an area heavily for a year. It burns up instantaneously with a little laser charge like this. This is an actual photograph of what was seen in California a year ago. When houses were burned to a crisp at 3:30 in the morning, everybody died. Yeah, this is real. They were literally burned to death from the skies. No one had a chance to get out of their houses, just like no one get out of their cars. This is the kind of thing that's happening around the world, too. No, it's not a lens flare from a cheap crap camera. No, you're confused and you don't believe that your government would ever do this to you. You really believe that the government is here to help you. You've been brainwashed into thinking that. I always maintain hand positions so that you can always verify that I'm not touching myself indecently. See that? Someone just asked me, David, are you masturbating right now? I said, no. You think I would find this discussion exciting? What are you, out of your mind? Well, of course you are. You don't trust the government? Thank you, Mr. Assumption. Well, it sure seems like you do. It seems like you're like a mindless idiot who doesn't think the government would ever use a directed energy weapon to grow an area that's clear from any houses to put a mass maglev rail mass transit rapid train system in. This is an article that Misanthropy pulled up. I'll give you the link to it. It describes the entire plan of burning the area that they put a mass rail line in. If that doesn't make you wonder and scratch your head going, I don't know. If they bought those houses, it would have been in the trillions of dollars. This way they could just buy them for pennies on the dollar after they're burnt to a crisp. So here is the link. And this is the rail/scorched earth link. Check it out. Great link, by the way, Misanthropy. You did a good job finding this article. Okay, Amazon warehouse bear spray incident leaves workers sickened in Robbinsville, New Jersey. Wow, bear spray. Bear repellent accidentally discharges in an Amazon warehouse. Whoa. People must be freaking. No, I can't get any Washington Post articles. They want to charge me $1 every time I look at it. Sorry. Yeah. The drone factories going on all around the world are working overtime. I wouldn't doubt they're making mountains of stacked slaughter bots, waiting with charges of C4 in every one of them, waiting to kill everybody in the world. I wouldn't doubt somebody's building that right now. You have no idea what people could be doing. I mean, the miniaturization of technology now at this juncture, and the exploitation of humans and the use of money can only lead one to assume there's somebody out there trying to create the ultimate weapon against humanity and probably wants to use it. Many of you have become obfuscated by the idea that YouTube might have fake information. You seem to be believing that everything on YouTube is therefore fake, just because you believe something is fake. I can tell you that the flat earth thing, that's totally fake. They came up with this at the CIA, designed to make you think that everything NASA tells you is ridiculous. Because there were some credible questions about whether the moon landing actually occurred. So they had to come up with another way to screw your head over. So they just said, well, everything NASA told you is wrong, including the Earth being round. So therefore, you must all believe that. It turns you into a mental midget in the eyes of others. It's a way of also determining how effective their mass mind control is actually working. So it does a double win-win for the CIA. But this whole idea of distraction and diversion is going on in the media all over the place. So yeah, there is a lot of fake news out there, but most of it's coming out of the War Department. They're the ones creating green screen beheadings of ISIS forces. And you notice you haven't seen many of those lately? Because they were really bad at what they were doing. They really did bad fake jobs. And even these 50 or so false flags that have occurred recently in the past few years. 10 years, 50 false flags. Not one person was buried with an open casket. Not one person we ever saw actually was buried in an open casket, ironically. There was one person, the pastor at the Charleston shooting, that was in an open casket, but we've already debunked that one and shown you a wax figure of that pastor's face. Pastor, I forget his name, but yeah, he was just clearly a wax dummy. So the future of man will be determined by the kind of resilience we have. Now, I am a person who, I don't brag about having weapons. So this is an image somebody created of the future Dave and prepared for the worst. But the reality is I am a person who is prepared and more than willing to buckle down in the time of hardship that we could be facing. The question is, are you? Are you prepared? Have you prepped for the future? Do you have food storage? Do you have things ready to put away for your family? Are you prepared on the road when you're traveling with a little extra food and maybe emergency blankets for people? I am not ignoring this picture. Okay, what is this picture? Oh, this is pretty intense, yeah. Okay, so we've got a picture here that we have to look at. Yeah, we got something going on here. Okay, I'm looking at the top of the picture. Laura, hand on chest, looking at coffin. Agent watching her. Okay. Watch his hand. Okay, a handoff is made. I don't know exactly what that means. Let's go down a little bit. Go to the left. Initial look at document. She's looking at the document. Shock of what she's seeing. Right, got it. Laura Bush is clearly shocked here. You can see that in her face. So this person, Secret Service agent, handed her a document. And she is, yeah, look at that face. It's like shock and disbelief, Laura Bush. Look at that. Yeah, that definitely looks like shock and disbelief. Okay. Moving over. Shows Jeb. She shows Jeb this thing. Agent stares at George W. Bush. Agent stares at camera. Right, got that. These two guys right here. All right. Going to the left again. Jeb glances and does a double take, glares at POTUS, while Jeb comes to realization of what he just saw. Okay, they're glaring at Trump, at the President of the United States, while Jeb comes to realization of what he just saw. And Laura looks very suspicious, like very angry. And L to George W., is this real? And George W. says, yep. Wow, this is a very interesting slow take. Lots of people here, yeah. Okay, let's go to the left now. Thank you. Shock and disbelief. Laura is in shock and disgust. And George W., his face reads, acceptance, possible cooperation, and Agent 2 watching for signals. Okay. Jeb is looking at the agent directly, who handed this document to Laura. We're going frame by frame here. We're almost to the end of it. Jeb, stiff with fear. Realization that JWB flipped. George W. says, think biggest, shame and acceptance. And down below it says, getting arrested. This guy's ready for them to run. No, I don't think so. You know, I think this is, I definitely think there's something here, though. Yeah. Yeah. What is that? I do believe that this is, we can apply Occam's razor to this, but there's nothing as nefarious as George H.W. Leaving some moment of awakening to the family in final words. All I can tell you is, what is this Jeb looking at the President of the United States about? That's what I want to know. Yeah. George gave Michael a Viagra at the funeral? Really? Let's take a look. Yep. Closing in on the activities of George W. with Michael Obama, the famous transgender former First Lady. Hey, thank you. Ladies in Osaka watching, Handsome David from Osaka, 568 Geisha Girls, hello. Thanks for hanging in there. We're looking at some close-up pictures of the Bush family as they took this this note from a Secret Service agent and looked at it. Very interesting. I don't believe the final take was getting arrested. I think it was something else, but it is very telling. George W. Bush continues sweet tradition with Michelle Obama at Dad's funeral. Oh. Shaking the hand of Trump, Melania, Obama, Michelle. Oh. Ooh. Oh, handoff. I think you're right. I think you're right. That very likely was some sort of maybe his personal stash of Cialis or something. I'm huge in North Korea. Okay, thank you, NBC. NBC Nightly News. I'm not Tom Brokaw. Many, these women are not prostitutes. They're geisha girls. Don't ever say that in my presence or their presence. They have chosen this beautiful realm of pleasing men. That's not about prostitution. It's probably about back massages and things. Yeah, you always think nasty thoughts, you guys. Michelle giving him her personal number for a hookup. I don't know, it looked like something important. Well, no, we have actually not 438. We have 568 geisha girls right now, coyly laughing and going, ha 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 ha. Yes, Mr. David, ha ha ha. Yeah, that's what we enjoy.
Yeah, buddy, Rodney called the other night. Living large, man, living large.
He gave us a call, tried to prove that he was a straight guy by putting his big, deep voice on, yeah. You know, I'm a straight guy, but some people have to compensate when they know they're not for having they have to put a big, deep voice on that.
Hey, how you doing? What's happening there, buddy?
Joe Biden received an envelope. More screenshots, really. Everybody's getting envelopes. This could be a secret Illuminati signaling system, sending letters to each other. They could be secret Illuminati pen pals at the funeral. There's a letter there, yeah. Another example of another letter, yeah. There you go. They're probably saying, Joe, you can't run. Yeah, sorry. No, I would never mock somebody who's already a joke to start with. Yeah, it's much easier to mock people who are trying to be more sincere. Like, well, make no mistake about it. Let's be clear. Michelle is not Michael is not okay. So, am I a joke? I don't know. Are you? I mean, we all can answer that question personally. I know, Creepy Joe. I want to hear Ashley's film too. Creepy Joe, I want to ask about the film of Ashley. Yeah, what about that film, Creepy Joe? I live in the first dimension, yes. As opposed to the fifth dimension and Aquarius. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius. Aquarius. Well, it's time for the song. Mr. Right, kick it in.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. We found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. We found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. To beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
And now on to the next phase of our show, where we talk about the truth. George H.W. Bush did, in fact, have a presence in our government as early as the early 60s. We know for a fact he worked for the CIA because he became the director of the CIA. But for some reason, George H.W. Bush will not talk about his affiliation with the CIA during the time that John F. Kennedy was killed. Yeah. And George W., who bragged about, being a C student at Yale and still becoming president and telling everybody that they could do that too, didn't realize that, you have to have a father who is president in order to do that. To be a C student. You can't just be a C student and become president, but people at Yale didn't know that. So, This guy got talked into doing whatever his dad told him to do. Now, George H.W. called George W. the scrub in the family. No one ever expected him to be the president. Seriously. So this is 41 and this is 43, our 43rd president. And it was shocking with George H.W., realized his scrub son became the president, and Jeb, who they groomed for this idea, never really made it past Trump. So whatever's going on in between the Trump family and the Bush family is really interesting right now. We're going to see if now that George H.W. has died, if they will release the information about John F. Kennedy and his presence in the documents. We're still wondering if Trump is going to do that because he's dead. There's no reason to hold it back now. You need to release that information. That he was holding it back, claiming we couldn't do anything while a standing former president was alive. But now there's no reason or justification for him to hold on to that information. We also need to know about Lee Harvey Oswald and why the government prevented us from knowing that he worked for our CIA operations. That Lee Harvey Oswald was a CIA agent for 4 or 5 years. We've been held back. The American people should know this. And then maybe we could do the due diligence of deciding whether we're going to open up an investigation again. Now, 9/11 is a bigger issue that we usually talk about on Truth Tuesday, but the act of George W. Bush sitting there with the book upside down, reading a nursery rhyme or something, which was very bizarre during the 9/11 attack, puts all of us in a very interesting position there too, because we really would like to know why he didn't do anything to defend our country. For 35 minutes, our country didn't have anybody deciding anything. Dick Cheney stood there and talked to former General Worley for 35 minutes, and they didn't scramble jets or anything. So it raises the big question, did George W. know something about 9/11, and was he told to just sit there and be a puppet and smile? The powers that be are much more powerful than these two people here. They're much bigger than George W. and George H.W. They have, and that's probably what those envelopes are about. Somebody's telling people what's going on, whether they like it or not. But the specter of him sitting there with his students in a school situation while the entire thing is destroying 3,000 people in New York is crazy. You're not allowed to promote your organization here.
Get ready to read all these words on this page without making a mistake. Look at the letter at the end and remember the sound it makes. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready to read this word the fast way. Get ready. Kid. Yes, kid. Sound it out. Get ready. Kid. Sound it out. Get ready. Kid. What word? Kid. Yes, kid. Boys and girls, sound this word out. Get ready. Steel. What word? Steel. Yes, steel. Read these words the fast way. Get ready. Playing. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready. Kit. Yes, kit. Get ready. Steel. Yes, steel. Get ready. Playing. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Boys and girls, pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153.
Right here is when he's approached and they tell him that the Twin Towers are being attacked, sir. He doesn't stop the meeting with the children. He continues acting like he's, looking at the kids. Watch this.
At the count of 3, everyone should be on page 153. If the yellow paper is going to bother you, drop it. Thank you. Everybody touch the title of your story. Fingers under the title. Get ready to read the title, The Fast Way. We're waiting for one member. Thank you. Fingers under the title of the story. Get ready. The pet goat. Yes, the pet goat. Fingers under the first word of the story. Get ready to read the story the fast way. Get ready.
The girl got a pet goat.
Go on.
She likes to go running with her pet goat.
Go on.
She plays with her pet goat.
Try it again. Get ready from the beginning of that sentence. Get ready.
She plays with her goat in her house.
Go on.
Okay, now that's the pet goat, and look at the book is completely upside down. The pet goat, I Pet Goat, is a movie now created by a very high-tech Illuminati filmmaking company, and I could play that for you right now. I'll play it later tonight. But I Pet Goat is the weird world of these people who control our governments, all of them, including Russia. Now, see, the book is upside down completely. He's filled with stress. His mind is somewhere else. He doesn't stop the beating. He's being filmed. He's not even aware that this will be played back into the future, but he's just looking off in the distance. That's nice. Well, you need to wake up there, buddy. Okay, I'll call you an imbecile. I'll downgrade you. But the reality is this is a very secretive, trance-like position his eyes are in. The Mossad group in Israel obviously were found, they were arrested for filming the Trade Center attack. Many people wonder why they were there and also why they were jumping up for joy and going like this. And there were witnesses of them jumping up for joy when the World Trade Center attack occurred. So here we are, 17 years after the event, and we still don't have a solid view of what's going on and who really caused it. And no one's really directly been arrested for having killed 3,000 people. So to stand here and look at this as some sort of a legacy of a great family is, to me, a total hypocrisy, and that's why I didn't make a big issue of the funeral. I'm at the point where we have too many questions about what they did or what they didn't do during this time period and why they started two wars that we're still involved in, that I can't put them on a pedestal and say, wow, they're just the greatest people ever. I'm sorry. Nor can I do that with the Clintons. Nor can I do that with the Trumps. None of them meet the muster of fairness and honesty and decency and transparency that I would expect. No one, not one of them would. Trump said, oh, I would gladly show you my tax returns for 10 years, no problem. Where are they? Mueller won't even subpoena Donald Trump for his tax returns for the past 10 years. What are they hiding? What is Mueller hiding? What is Mueller afraid of he'll find? Very weird stuff happening in our country right now. And without any solid oversight by good, intelligent people in our government, we're wandering, rudderless, aimless, in the middle of just a major crisis that's unfolding called a global economic collapse. So we've got some of the biggest idiots in government to deal with the problems at bay right now we could have ever imagined, at a time when we need solid, intelligent people who know how to run efficient systems. We've got buffoons, crocodiles, and alligators in the swamp and the snake pit called Trump's administration. Well, a lot of Republicans are kind of closet, they're upset that the Bush family lost their patriarch. I think he lived a long life. I think that he's done a fantastic, and I even said in the favorable sense that he was a great patriarch, and his family and his kids should all be very thankful that they had such a strong father. I mean, George H.W. Bush was a strong man in so many different ways. I think we all should recognize that. He was single-minded, and he stayed the course, but it oftentimes led to what we have today, which is a country being run by foreigners, financially. The media is ignoring me because they're afraid of me. They don't know what to think of how any one person could keep doing this despite all the odds against him. They don't understand that. They don't understand the indomitable spirit that it takes to do a show for 10 years with no personal gain whatsoever against all odds of censorship and still keep growing in audiences around the world. They don't understand what drives a person to do that. These people work off of financial gain. They think of power and growth. Their own personal gain is all they think about. not the common good or the idea that we should seek better solutions for the environment. They would rather get rid of people and eliminate the population than solve the recycling problems and the filtration problems that we're going to be dealing with well into the future. Our worldwide audience has topped to 1.5 billion people. During the heyday of the 2016 election, we reached a worldwide audience of 1.5 billion. And I don't think you belong here, NRT. I mean, I gave you a chance to come in here, but you don't deserve to be in here, so I banned you. Yeah, here's Pet Goat, the movie I was looking for in my hard drive. It's very well made, highly developed animation, and it references the actual story. Thanks for sending that link. I'll add it to tonight's list. It references the story that George W. Bush was reading when the trade towers were coming down. So it is very well developed. I believe that this is a show that will probably freak you out. I'm not going to play it because they'll monetize it right now, but it's very bizarre. I'll give you guys the link over at iBlog in case you want to see it. It's called I Pet Goat. Yeah, referencing that book that George W. was reading during that one event. Yeah, amazing stuff, really. I'll put that in World Trade Center too, because I think that's a pertinent 9/11 World Trade Center link for sure. You've been in a panic for 7 years about global economic collapse due to David's emphatic assertions. I still believe we're in a global economic collapse. When did you stop thinking we're in a global economic collapse? I don't understand. I mean, it didn't happen overnight, and it's not going to happen. We're not going to see this instantaneously. It's happening over a period of time. You should wear the same pants and keep washing them. That's right. I heard Trump named former Fox News blonde host as replacement for Nikki Haley. You know, I think he's just trying to stack the entire White House with all the top beautiful people, except for Marilyn Manson. The beautiful people. Yeah, I don't think Marilyn Manson's going to be there. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, she's a looker. Trump likes beautiful women. That's what he enjoys. So why shouldn't he want to get what he wants? You know, I like very beautiful women. She looks a lot like Ivanka, who I would be dating if she wasn't my daughter. No, only people like you, Melko. Yeah, you don't get to be in here. You're one of the few, actually. There's only one or two people that we really kick out of the show regularly, and you're one of them. George Soros, yeah, really. Trump has a good relationship with George Soros. He took a $160 million loan from George Soros to build one of the Trump Tower buildings. Yeah, he has a good relationship with Soros. Don't kid yourself. The two parties are working together to pretend like you have choice. You don't have any choice. You have the two parties. No matter whether you vote Republican or Democrat, you're still voting like a block of sheep. I don't think this chick has it in her to Me Too Trump into impeachment. No. She wouldn't get to where she is in Fox without, a little tip for tap. You don't climb in these organizations without being part of that generation of people that are being used and abused. A lot of these people bury their crises of consciousness by just saying, hey, they have to do it to get the job. Unfortunately.
Welcome back to another video, Trenders. I'm
Donald Trump tries to kiss his daughter Ivanka on the mouth. Really? You have to wait for the whole video just to see the 1 second clip? Okay, let's take a look. I'll put it in the lineup tonight, but let's zoom in on this. Now, Donald Trump has been widely touted as a person who bragged about seeing naked women, girls, teenage girls, naked at the Teen USA competition. He even went into the dressing rooms and said, "Oh, don't mind me. Nothing I haven't seen in my own house." He must have watched Ivanka getting dressed or something.
Daughter, don't you think my daughter's hot? She's hot, right? Bear in mind, this was back when she was still a teenager. Okay, anyway, that's enough creepy news for today. Next up,
yeah, there's no kissing going. He's just making up a story to fill in a blank. Yeah, he's never tried to kiss his daughter in the mouth. Okay. Melko showed two dudes banging interracially on his cam. Really? That makes sense. It's not an adversary. The man is a stalker. Melko's not an adversary. He's a stalker. Big difference. I'm very patient, yes. You want to talk about the dossier? Yeah, we can talk about that. There's not a lot to it, you know. It is real. 85 to 90% real, according to Christopher Steele. So we know that's happening. But the question is, will we ever see or hear the tapes? At this point, Putin is playing a long game. He's doing a very long haul game to control Trump. What their end game is to put us in a weak position so that we have to cave in a military conflict on the ground with perhaps major losses of life. That's something we don't want to do. But being Putin clearly has control over Trump in many ways through whatever means possible, whether it's the Russian oligarch money that got Trump elected or the sex tape that may show Donald Trump in a very unsavory position. Clearly not the missionary position. But if that's the case, then those cards have yet to be played. Putin has the option of doing whatever he's going to do, but if he does do that, he would automatically admit he's lied, because he himself has denied having any knowledge of a sex tape. That Putin has said himself that he has no knowledge of any money handling. When it became clear in the recent documents from Michael Cohen that Putin was offered $50 million penthouse suite in the Trump Moscow Tower, I don't think that set well with Putin, because he has this ironclad personality that has explained his people think he's a real solid communist who would never pad his pocket. So all this is playing bad for him. The reveals of the Russian oligarchs within our country is not good for Russian press, and certainly not good for Putin's electability in any future election. So I think that's playing heavily on the situation. But I think there's a bigger thing going on besides the jockeying for position. I think there's a major attempt by Putin to control the Ukrainian government completely, if not take over again. I think that is on his agenda, being Ukraine was the largest of all the satellite nations of the former Soviet Union, the USSR. And Putin is very much of a nationalist, and he wants to really retain what he believes was taken from him by the oligarchs themselves. So I think his goal is really to take Ukraine. We have to figure out what Trump is going to do in lieu of that. Because so far those naval operations officers have not been returned to Ukrainian custody. They're still in the control of the Russian government. 3 vessels were taken in, and they brought all their naval personnel into Russian custody. It's a very big hot point, and if Trump did the right thing by not openly talking to Putin at G20, but they did talk privately, and no one knows what they said. So at this point, we have to assume that Donald Trump is secretly dealing with Putin privately without any oversight by the NSA, which is a gross violation of our national espionage law. We cannot just have a president making secret phone calls on his cell phone to a president of another country. Vladimir, don't do the sex tape. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Please. No. Of course, we'll send. How many of our troops do you want us to send to where? And not use the weapons? Okay, whatever you want. Remember when Ronald Reagan sent 200 Marines into Lebanon with rubber bullets? Well, we're not going to approach Lebanon with any aggressive bullets and none of the men had any ability to stop a suicide bomber who literally drove right into the building and killed 203, I believe, Marines. All because Ronald Reagan had a paper ass. That's the kind of President Trump would be in this situation, with Vladimir Putin pulling his pubic hair, and our men be put at risk. That's what we're heading toward. You think I'm kidding? Well, a man with a paper ass is a person who doesn't have the spine to stand up to anybody. Now, if you are wearing a colostomy bag, you are using a plastic insert so that you technically don't have a paper ass. It's plastic. Just so you know. Okay, anybody want to talk about... There's got to be some technology we can talk about. We still have the hover drone from last week and the week before. That's got to be the coolest narcissistic technology out there.
What is it, the helicopter thing?
Yeah, you can actually watch yourself. It flies above you, and you can look at yourself from any different location, and it tracks you. It flies, right above your head. It's pretty funny. For as low as $279 for pre-Christmas, it's not a bad move.
Introducing a revolution in flight. 2 years ago, Zero Robotics introduced the Hover Camera Passport, the first flying camera of its kind. It won numerous design awards, led to a worldwide partnership with Apple Retail, and touched the lives of thousands. Now, after 2 years of research and development, from the lab to the sky, we're proud to present the next generation. Hover 2, the drone that flies itself. Hover 2 is the most intelligent, most complete flying camera the world has ever seen. With 4K video, 12 megapixel photos, and a smooth, super compact gimbal, Hover 2 lets you capture the natural world and your place in it in dazzling detail. Taking a photo with a drone has never been easier. Use AutoFrame to select a shot, press a button, and Hover 2 will safely fly into position. This is possible due to a proprietary obstacle avoidance system. The optical radar is a swiveling stereo sensor that pops up with a small tap, delivering 360-degree spatial awareness. Hover 2's new suite of AI algorithms, paired with the Snapdragon processor, is 4 times more powerful than its predecessor. 3D mapping and advanced visual positioning allow Hover 2 to plan its flight path and bypass obstacles in real time. Use OmniFollow to track your movements from the front, side, and back, with more stability and higher tracking precision, both made possible by the new AI. Track shots are flight presets inspired by classic filming techniques that help you capture epic clips of you and your friends. Cinematic themes on the Hover app include filters, music, and more to transform footage you just captured into shareable clips with professional appeal.
Yeah, that could be the ultimate Christmas video. Hey, did you... When is the Vonmas Christmas special? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Because we submitted a video, but when is that Vonmas Christmas
I thought you
thing?
said it was happening now, but...
I thought it was happening Thursday. I'm kind of shocked. No one's mentioned
maybe
it.
it's next Thursday, or the Thursday after that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hello, Cool Lady Anthrax.
So I will let Sarah take over the show for a while I have a little dinner. And rice is pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
It adds flavor completely. You look so tired. You probably should go to sleep right now. I'll be right back.
Well, not this second, but
yeah, very
as
soon.
As you come back, I will.
Okay.
I probably will.
You should. Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna do any grading or anything like that. December 8th. Okay. Well, that's not Thursday. It's Saturday. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm going to a Christmas party on Saturday
Oh, okay.
night.
You are, okay.
Yes. But grading is so much fun. Well, my grades... Well, that is if I get all my grading done. My grades are due Sunday night, but yeah. The cat is in my room sleeping. Wee, fun. See, I'm almost all dressed up for a Christmas party like I'm going tonight, but... Elementary, Mr. Luscious Lion Ball. Elementary, my dear. Elementary. I mean, David loves the hover too. I would love it too, but I don't go anywhere for it to follow me, so... There you go. What do you mean, elementary? Am I really that cold? What do you mean? I'm not really that warm. Yeah, you should feel my hands. I'd be like, I'd freeze you. No, they're not, chicken. I just don't go anywhere because, never mind. Yes, he could. If it was undetectable, maybe he would, Zellfire. I just don't see it. David has the next step of advanced technology. Thanks, Busy. You like my hair. I don't know when you said that, but okay. Well, that's what David believes. Just because David believes it doesn't mean it's... Never mind. Yeah, David thinks that. Maybe a couple of years ago there was people hitting on me, but I've gotten old. So no one wants to hit on me anymore. Thank you. I'm feeling warmer already from your maxed out credit. But I always thought that David's ideas were of people hitting on me were a little far-fetched. Oh, man. The Hover 2 would be good for my favorite show. The Amazing Race. I do like that race. I do like that show. Thank you, Zellfire. Lovely female. That's a cute little dancing emoticon. Kool-Aid Anthrax. No, I don't even know what kind of dragon you're talking about. 11 Evolmenty. Evolmenty. No, I'm going to grad school. Yes, sorry, Mr. Luscious Lion Ball, I totally misread your question. Yes, I am also attending grad school. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if I would want to do Amazing Race in person. I'm more of a type that watches it on TV. I know David would not want to do it in person. He's told me a couple of times. And I was thinking I would actually want to do it, except for... No, I'm not. Not really. Misanthropy. Except for there's this one where they had to dive and swim under the ice. I don't want that. Like on your video camera, RoboSkills? Hello, 344. Greetings from America. Oh, yeah, that's what David says. David says it's way too fast about Amazing Race. You know, I was thinking about getting my grad school degree in leadership and being a principal, but I've decided against it, at least for the time being, because I have enough management of just a classroom, let alone kids throwing rocks at a bus stop, or parents being upset, or you know, I have enough in one classroom. Or dealing with admin, dealing with teachers, having to evaluate teachers, having to be the mean person when you're like, your teaching needs a little bit of help. You know, I don't know. Principals, they have a lot on their plate. So my hats go off to the principals of the world. You're nicer when you're sleepy? I think I get grumpy. I think I'm not very nice when I'm sleepy. I can go without food, but I don't go very well without sleep. Well, that's because we have amazing unions ticking. They did stop. They did say they wouldn't have that substitute who said Santa wasn't real. I am pretty nice, 415, and I like being a nice person. I really do. Oh, nurses don't have amazing unions? Yeah. Well, I'm in it for the kids. If it was, I didn't really notice that I was taller than everyone growing up, but I probably was. But I wasn't like, I don't think I was the tallest in my class. I don't know. But I agree, some people aren't, but yeah. You want the Hover 2 to do a perimeter flight 1 inch away from your walls for at least an hour? 1 inch away from your walls? A perimeter flight? I'm 5'11". Almost 6 feet. Am I? Okay. Yeah, that is true. It is difficult to find someone taller than I am. You thought I was 5'3". Wow. No. You want a touch screen thumb panel to adjust elevation? You could create a drone like the type you're wanting, RoboSkills. What do you mean by that, Ticken? How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. I should throw my height around. Look, you can't get it. You can't get it. Try. Reach higher. Reach higher. Come on, jump. Join the WNBA. running across the field, bouncing a ball, dribbling. Diminutive. How tall are all of you? Not as tall as I am. You're not short, unfortunately. You like someone who's 5'9"? Okay, so you must be 5'11" like I am. Drag King, you're 6'2". I agree, it is about the person. Nice people. Only 6 feet? That's good. How tall are you then, Misanthropy? You're all tall. Uh, 6'1". What do you think, 5'03"? 5'8"? Okay. That's pretty good. See, I don't know. Like, I don't really notice height too much. Someone who cleans the house and takes care of the house while the other person works? Yeah, I guess so. Except we're not legally married, so. Hello, Bengalitis. Welcome. I didn't know, Chicken. That's interesting. We were all talking about height. No, my parents are cool. No, ATPer, David is not a woman in the relationship. I hate that. Like, there's not certain jobs for women and certain jobs for men. That's ridiculous. I don't want David driving Uber, putting himself at risk. Well, our island does, Misanthropy. Or Lyft. None of those. I don't want David driving around strangers. Yeah, I could be a truck driver. No. Huh. I don't know if they have Lyft or Uber around here. Just the way you see it. No, we have an island. The south end of our island has a fairly large population. Yeah. Not all bikers, but no. I think you should totally map out your house and where you want your drone to fly, and then make a drone, a flying drone that's kind of like a Roomba, but can fly. Thanks, Ticken. You prefer women to men as company anyway. I prefer men one-on-one, women in a group. No, maybe the both. I prefer one-on-one. That's true. And that's true, Bangalitis. Two true things. My hermit, I think I already have one of those. Well, why can't you build a tiny house on wheels where you're currently at and then just drive it up here? No, I can't answer your question. Seeing the, yes. There you go. Well, at least she drives a school bus. I guess she's trying to take care of her own needs. Even if she did marry into money. Oh, you don't have anywhere to build your tiny house? Well, you'd have to talk to David about that. Just get a van down by the river. He means laughing inside, not dying inside. All right, Misanthropy. A true mental party. Yeah, well, you don't want an air purifier that sprays air freshener. That's the whole point of an air purifier, is to take out the air freshener, fake air freshener in the air. This site is mysterious and handsome. Good point, 171. I did not design it. But I am a good woman. Mr. Lush's flying ball would get, instead of a tiny home, he would get an RV or refurbish a school bus or get an Airstream. I like all of those options. My favorite, though, is a trailer, like a RV. Wait, a motor? No. I think they just call them trailers. Basically, because I don't like that whole thing about the bus or necessarily the Airstream. I don't like the engine in my living quarters, because otherwise I need a giant air filter. Yeah, good point, Misanthropy. You do need one of those air filters. We have a really great air filter. That was one thing that David and we invested in a couple years ago, and we are very, very happy with it. I got one from Brookstone. What's nice about it is it isn't require like HEPA filters that you just end up putting in a landfill. It's a reusable air filter. It uses metal rods and you wash it out. So it's pretty good. Thank you, Faces. Oh, you had two from the Sharper Image? Yeah, those are good. I'm glad I don't have children. Hi, Bob. Let's see how long you last in here. I think that one guest is still opping, so I don't know if that's the person that kicks you out normally or who does. I don't really care. No, it doesn't bother me what people do with their life. No, it wasn't teaching. I like teaching, and I appreciate that people do have children. Yes, she does have children. But I don't think they have the same last name. What life is like in the northernmost town in the world, where it's dark 4 months of the year and you're told to carry a rifle because of polar bears. I would not want to live there. It is too dark and cold. I don't even like the dark and cold right now. I'm waiting for 50 days from now. 2 months! I'm waiting. I'm hoping in 2 months I'll feel better. The world's northernmost town is Longyearbyen, which is located in the Norwegian archipelago of Svalbard. Has 2,100 citizens. It's around 3 hours by plane from Oslo, 650 miles from the North Pole, making it one of the most remote human settlements on Earth. Well, you know what the most remote human settlement on Earth is. Santa's Village. A week and a half away, and we have 2.5 weeks for spring break, so that's good. So it should fly by pretty fast. It's dark for 4 months a year and light for another 4 months. Pure dark or pure light. There's also more polar bears there than there are people. Despite its remoteness, Longyearbyen has all the amenities of a modern town, including a school, a church, restaurants, and a cinema. It's also the home of the famous Doomsday Seed Vault, which stores every known crop on the planet. That's pretty cool. The Seed Vault in Svalbard may get a $13 million upgrade. Wow. Yeah, I don't think we're going to move to Tucson, Arizona, or anywhere down there. Yeah, as long as it's on a Sunday, Bob, because David has a relationship with this show. I don't know, I love fries. I don't think so. That was a whole discussion, but I don't think so. Now you just have to ask if David wants to do it. How do you know he was? Did I say that he was? I didn't think he was that person, but that's what the whole discussion was. Oh, there's bombs in the Time Warner building in New York City. CNN studios are evacuating live now. I agree with Ticken. That's what my impression was. Okay, so there's some kind of bomb scare in a CNN building. We don't have to talk about it. Somebody wrote in the chat room, watch out for the Penske truck in the background. Yeah, we do. Go out to eat quite often. Am I always 30 minutes behind reality? I guess it's all perspective. Yes, David loves Sarah very much.
Okay, you're released of your time here. Thank you so much for all that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay, you are amazing. Sarah said she sometimes feels like an abandoned spouse.
I never said that.
Why would somebody say that?
I don't know. They'd say a lot of things.
Oh, well, you got to ban all these people. They're not allowed to speak this way. ATP, that's the Xeno guy. Yeah. All right. We're not going to allow iVlog to become the crap hole in the show. Thank you. Thank you. I would take more than one day off per week. I give this show everything, and you're trying to take that away from me. Thank you, Sarah. God,
I'm going to take this off.
People are really
the screen,
worthless.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for supporting us, everyone, for all of you people who are part of this effort. All right. Good night. Sleep well. Dinner is digesting. Hey, thanks. I picked that up off the floor. All right. Thank you, Sarah. Sleep well. Get some rest. Isn't she nice to give us extra time in the day? And she just wants to just relax and sleep. She probably would sleep in front of you if she could, get away with it. Yeah. CNN placed something, really? I don't think CNN would do that. They would never. CNN would never start. No, the CNN has no record of starting terrorist attacks. What did you say, David? How do you feel about the false flag CNN bomb scare to blame conspiracy theorists, so we can get that way out of the way and then be? Oh, right, CNN did a thing. Yeah, let's take a look. No, she's not mad. She's tired. She gets a little grouchy when she's tired. So there was a fake bomb attack at CNN? No, let me pull up CNN. CNN's New York offices evacuated due to bomb threat. Oh yeah, that could have been an inside job. Threats are likely done from an inside job. Many people fall prey to wanting to create news.
CNN's offices and studios in New York have been evacuated. This happened just a short time ago because of a phoned-in bomb threat. New York City's police department is there on the scene investigating right now. CNN's Don Lemon, who was on the air at the time when the threat came in, he joins me now. So, Don, what can you tell us? What's happening there right now? What do you know?
So, John, I'm standing outside of the building. We've been here since close to 10:30 Eastern time. And from what we understand, about an hour ago, a call was made from the south, that's all we'll know, meaning the southern part of the United States, into the CNN offices in New York, saying that there were several bombs, as many as 5 bombs inside of the building. Immediately, the alarm went off. We were told to evacuate the building.
All right, so this is a non-story story. Yeah, I think you were absolutely right. I agree with your assessment, Misanthropy. Your assessment is correct. It is just a way of getting us to hate conspiracy theorists. More fake news makes us indifferent to more and more conspiracies. So whenever a person talks about a conspiracy, we've heard that before. More fake news out of your mouth, David. Or Alex.
You're not going to believe this, but the Bilderberg Group is planning to convert humans to animals and create human-animal mutants.
Dog the Bounty Hunter investigated for assault after airport confrontation with hecklers caught on tape. All right, let's take a look at this. Yeah, the bombs never go off, and it's, like I said, there's been at least 50 false flags in our country over the past 10 years. That's how I see it. Without any proof of anyone dying, I'm sorry, but that comes under the heading of false flag, unless we see evidence. Yes. Page is not available? Huh. I'm having a hard time getting Dog the Bounty Hunter to pop up. Here we go. Dog the Bounty Hunter. Whoa. Okay. There he is. Encountering hecklers out and about. Dog the Bounty Hunter has been accused of assaulting a man just as the star landed back home in Colorado with his ailing wife, Beth. But the reality star says the couple were the real victims and were aggressively antagonized as soon as they touched down. According to the video just taken after the incident, Dog can be seen engaged in aggressive confrontation with the man who accused the reality star of shoving his son. The man says, you put your hands on my son, and also hurls the N-word at Dog while threatening to beat your ass. Another man, presumably the man's son, is also screaming obscenities at Dog. In the video, Dog and Beth can be seen getting into an elevator with an airport handler appearing to be trying to leave the situation before it escalates. Dog eventually does yell back, "Let's go outside, brah." He also denies the allegations he put his hands on anyone. Sources close to Dog tell us when he said, let's go outside, he was referring to speaking with security. Oh, okay. We're told the incident started when Dog and Beth landed, and the guy allegedly went up to the Dog and said, hey, Dog, I got a bounty on my head. What the F are you going to do about it? Sources close to Dog tell us he tried yelling at the aggressive hecklers, but that Beth was sick and in a wheelchair, and he did not want to mess around, but the men were allegedly aggressive and would not let up. Unreal. Poor Beth. Poor Dog. Poor airport. I remember when I was a little baby like this. Don't you remember when you were a baby? Yeah, everybody remembers. No, you may not remember. Many of you do not have memory as early as 1 or 2 years old. It is uncommon for humans to actually remember their earlier days prior to 6. It started as a tiny house and then gradually became a castle. Fake news, the enemy of the people. What's going on? Don Lemon says we're evacuated in the middle of the show. Bomb threat. Oh, Donald Trump is on tune with us. He said it was fake news. Ooh. Okay, well, Donald Trump won, the rest of us 49. Donald Trump will not commit to saying Sandy Hook was fake, or that Mandalay Bay was fake, or that Parkland shooting was fake, but he will claim that anything related to CNN is fake news. Considering CNN created the wording fake news in reference to Pizzagate. Ha! Yeah. Try keeping all that in your head in one single sentence. See, told you that they blame Trump tarps first and they say he was a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, it's terrible. I know. It's like you can't win. They're using every means possible to discredit anybody who questions anything and calling them a conspiracy freak. And then claiming everything is fake news. Thereby, we don't even have a thought in our head. Nothing sticks. It's like throwing against a Teflon wall. You can't even throw crap against a Teflon wall. It falls down. Well, Don Lemon came out against white people and made a gross generalization that should probably put him back in college and taking a few breath requirement courses. I mean, the guy seems to be illiterate. Hi, David. So tell me, what is this about, really? I don't know. Let me read it.
Breaking news.
Okay. CNN New York offices and studios have been evacuated due to phone bomb threat. Yeah, that was just the same thing we just read. Yeah. Nothing to it. It's all just probably some BS story. CNN probably just, went ahead and announced that it was BS like Misanthropy thought, just to create it, another fake news event. All right. Well, I'm sorry you feel such anger toward the black man, Don Lemon. He is kind of like a mulatto, right? He's not like a real black. Just like I'm not real white. Yeah, I could tell you. Y'all think I'm white. I'm beige, man. I'm peach. Y'all say hey, Dave, you're peach color. All right. Okay, I guess we're done with that. I don't want to keep going into that direction. All this fear. Huh. Fear and worry plaguing our society. It's terrible.
To unlock the full power of aerial flight.
Okay. Mother Jones. Okay, we did that one. Yeah. Not a lot of news. You notice it's been kind of like dead in the news. You have to really, thresh things up. Donald Trump is being sued. We have talked about that. Here's a copy of the lawsuit filed regarding the Trump charity that he claimed he had. Thank you, Ghost. Thank you. I am not black. Jive talking. Yeah, man. Well, everyone be talking like that in Los Angeles, man. It's all cool, man. Yeah, we just have to Mr. Right dance party since there's no news, yeah. Well, this is Technology Thursday, but let's just verify that Trump will be sued. And he said you can't sue the president. Wrong. You can, and he is. So Donald Trump has some pretty wild sophomoric views of the presidency and the powers of the presidency. I think most of the time he's being told, Donald, you can't do that. Why not? John Kelly's probably saying, because it will lead to this and this and this. I don't care. I just want to do it anyway. But then you'll be in trouble with the Putin and the other. Yeah, I don't care. I just want to do it. It's like a 5-year-old. I just said wrong to Trump. Yeah. Well, I'd be glad to tell him all the wrong things he's doing. I think John Kelly's keeping it together. I really do. I think he's one of the stable influences in the White House, and I thank him and General Mattis, James Mattis, for their strength and durability in reference to Donald and all of his histrionic behavior and the tweets that he's making. Congratulations, guys. You're the true heroes of the White House right now. And don't you think I know it? Without you guys holding the fort, this guy's be starting wars overseas just so he could get a better trade deal with China. He gets his legal advice from foe and friends, yeah. Rudy Giuliani's my top senior attorney. I no longer have that Michael Cohen. He deserves more jail time for the terrible things he did for me. He deserves more jail time for the terrible things he did for you? What? I don't get that. This guy's going to jail if he keeps this up. I think he should just step aside and resign. But I just don't trust Pence in that position. It's sort of like, do you want to sit down on the toilet without any toilet paper? Really? Because that's kind of what it is with Pence, you know. You don't know what you're going to get. Okay, back to the OK Corral. We did a hacking thing last week, a G-hack it's called. So it's not a hack really, it's a... Yeah, I'm going to check this out. I've been doing some browser updates, and actually Misanthropy said that Firefox temporary containers extension works really well for dragging and dropping. I'm going to try that out. I've loaded it on this computer, but I haven't tried it yet. But I'm going to do it in my leisure, not right now. You fear Pence more than Trump, Mr. Luscious Lion Ball? Wow. Yeah, this is a way to drop tags and links into I'll give you the link from last week. It's a little tidbit to how to deal with tags. Yeah, lots of tags. I tend to have about 50 tags in my show. So I'm going to try that out. I'm having certain issues with browsers. Mark's site won't even start on the Edge browser that Microsoft Explorer opens, and Firefox won't run it now. The new version of Firefox will not run Mark's show. Isn't that sad? The new version. They say it's not. It's an unsafe site. So I did try Opera. It works, and it also works on Chrome. In case you're wondering, you'd never use Edge. You just never use it, or you should never use it. Oh. Jimmy Carter was wondering where his envelope is. Huh. He's expecting an envelope. Here he is in the mezzanine. Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy Carter didn't have an envelope. Yeah, he was like, Rosalind, I didn't get an envelope. Rosalind, where's my envelope? I did lost after the envelope, if I could get the envelope, Rosalind. Plain Soldier Farmer. All right. Well, I'm glad everybody got their chance at the end.
Today we are going to be discussing body language.
Body language analysis to Donald Trump meets Obama and Hillary Clinton at the Bush poker game. We're going to do a 16-minute video tonight on body language and what people who know what they're talking about with body language are going to talk about. All right. For those of you who didn't understand what I was saying, I was trying to convey a certain information peace to a certain subculture in our society. Thank you. And y'all think we talk like white man here. Jimmy Carter's envelope said, oh no, I hope not. No, I want Jimmy Carter to be one of those guys that lives past 100. He kicked liver cancer recently. I know, these sites are unsafe. You're right. We got attacked the night at iBlog. Somebody hacked into the Flash exploit and pretended like they could never get kicked out of the room. We had to reset the room, and we had an iBlog moderator in to handle the affair at iBlog. Yeah. Right. I haven't done my fruit zest here. Oh man, that feels so good. That is the best. It puts you in a different place instantaneously. It's like shock therapy, but a mild form of it. Not that I've ever had that, because I haven't. But it's purified water with a little bit of fruit enzyme in it from Michel Dermaceuticals. And it's like a olfactory thing. I'm a centrist, yes. I'm a fiscal conservative and a social liberal combined. I'm a little bit to the right of the Blue Dog Democrat. I'm willing to support gun rights completely, not push gun control ever. And I'm also willing to go the distance with the protecting the border with a 1,000-mile fence, which is my idea, not Trump's. Trump says, I won't be here when the coming debt crisis goes nuclear. Really? He's kind of right about that. Yeah, if that's what he said, he's absolutely right. He probably wouldn't be a second termer. Not the way he's, manipulating the media and ultimately hurting everybody in the process. Yeah, Trump is manipulating the media with his tweets. It's ridiculous. I won't be here in the coming... Yeah, so he probably would... He's right about that. He's kind of above it all, because he'll either be in retirement at that point, watching the world around him collapse due to the things he did, or worse, or something. I don't know. President Trump reportedly shrugged off concerns over the ballooning national debt, telling senior advisors in early 2017 meeting, yeah, but I won't be here, when presented with charts and graphic layout the numbers and showing a hockey stick spike in the national debt set to occur in the not too distant future. The alleged incident from nearly 2 years ago comes from the Daily Beast, citing a source who was in the room, which we note is anonymous, the standard operating procedure for most anti-Trump hit pieces. As such, one may want to take the report with copious grains of salt. But citing another anonymous White House official, the Beast reports that President Trump hasn't addressed the national debt in a truly meaningful way despite his public lip service. Yeah, I would agree with that. But if he really did say that in 2017, it's true. I mean, he probably will be long gone when we're dealing with the after effects of his stupidity right now. He's an arrogant trash bag. Ooh, I like that. You can come up with all the names you want to make yourself feel better, but we're still stuck with him as president because our Congress is so lame duck. Thank you, Carter fan. Yeah, so a lot of our politics really is about finding somewhere in the common ground. That's why I kind of steered away from the LGBTQ movement. It's just such a slope in the left direction. I'd rather let the Democrats ride that greased up slide wherever they go. Yeah. Ramp up their Hitachis and get their whatever's going. Yeah, they'll be on that. The Democrats will take on the commies, and eventually the LGBTQ will devour the Democrats. So I just don't think the normative values in America are for all of us to become transgenders and have our genitals realigned. I think it's ridiculous. I still can't believe that people are still so concerned about this. It's like, gosh, how irrelevant. I guess I am fixating on the whole subject, though. I better move on. Yeah, this will be a really good interview with this guy. He is the top guy when it comes to discussing the evil societies and what they're doing. He's really a smart guy, this man.
Basically a front for the Rothschilds, the Vatican, and the Chabad Zionist cult. You know, the odds against Trump becoming president were 200 to 1 at worst and 20 to 1 at best. The odds of Nancy Pelosi becoming president under a series of machinations are exactly the same. The Macron government is going to fall, and it's going to fall because Macron is a deep state representative, has totally betrayed the French public.
I like the way he does this. It's kind of cool. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll check this out tonight. Thank you. Hallelujah. Well, it beats the trivia hour, I suppose. Man, she is something else. This woman's going to be a really good representative of America. Let's listen to her, just a little bit of it.
Fox News alert. Tonight, multiple sources tell Fox News that President Trump will tweet tomorrow morning to make the announcement that he will nominate Heather Nauert, currently acting Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs at the State Department and former reporter at Fox News, to be the next United Nations ambassador. The nomination would be for the post to replace Nikki Haley, who is moving on from the United Nations. It's also a post that was once held by George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st president of the United States. So more on that as we get it.
Heather Nauert. Yeah, I want to see Heather Nauert talking.
Crowded field for the Democrats in 2020, but all signs still point to a potential run.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about the Democrats. They're boring me. Heather Nauert. I'm just getting a kind of a sense of what she's like. I haven't seen her talk. Many of you have probably seen her talk.
This is simply a proposal that was put forward to Congress on the part of the administration. It was an administration proposal that Secretary Pompeo...
That's why yesterday's escalation is so alarming.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon.
Okay, she'll require Senate confirmation, but she looks like a really positive force. I believe that this is a good choice. Yes. She's easy on the eyes, too. I know. It seems like so ridiculous, but it means something. And it definitely has something to say front forward as we move on. You liked her? Yeah. You're not... Well, is she really blonde, or is she just making herself blonde? She could be brunette, just with a lightener. You never know. I think Donald Trump is making most of his decisions based on how everyone looks. I think that's pretty safe to say. Anyone looking like Ivanka will definitely be in the administration. Wow. I'm gonna bottle this and call it a day spa in a bottle or something. It's amazing. Gosh. Wow. It sends you into a different space entirely. If you want to go to Tahiti without having to leave your desk, it's a great way to do it. Everyone will sit there spraying themselves every day. The Pentagon can not only provide receipts for 12% of their contracts for the last 10 years. I believe you're right, Robustles. That seems about right. Yeah, and they're never going to answer to the missing trillions of dollars, the Pentagon, nor are they going to be held accountable at any time. But you know something? There is somebody who can actually look at the books. But you have to have a person who knows how to read. And that would be Donald Trump. he could actually, the President of the United States can open the books on the Exchange Stabilization Fund, the heart of the Treasury. We'd be able to look at the Pentagon missing money. The President would be able to look at that. But I don't think Donald Trump knows that, nor do I think he can even read or do anything regarding analysis, auditing, forensic analysis, etc. I don't think he could do that. But he's the only person who can do this. Now, he can put together a special counsel within the framework of the White House to do this. But they would only answer to him, and they would not be allowed to talk to anybody but him. And then it has to get approval. I believe the Fed has to get approval on this. But no one ever looks at the books except the Treasury, and we have to rely on them to do that. The Fed works independent of the Treasury, and they don't really care what we owe or we're paying out. They just want to get their money, their interest, that they want to transfer that to the World Bank. The money you put into your taxes goes toward the interest on our debt. So most of the people paying income taxes are really just paying interest. We're not making any headway here. The Huawei CFO arrested in Canada faces extradition to U.S. China may retaliate and arrest U.S. executives. This story popped up yesterday, and it was very disturbing because it's very unlikely.
The president has been uncharacteristically quiet on the Twitter machine.
It's almost like, say, Jeff Bezos had a kid, and the kid was arrested in China. That's a big thing. Well, this is exactly what this is. The opposite, though. Huawei CFO Meng Wanzhou arrests may prompt China to retaliate, take hostage, experts say. The experts are saying that China could take hostages.
This morning, it may be out of respect for the Bush funeral, but with all eyes focused on this potential China trade deal, he may be not wanting to rattle the markets. Take, for example, what happened on Tuesday when he tweeted as a part of a series of 4 tweets this. I am a tariff man, he said. When people or countries come in to raid the great wealth of our nation, I want them to pay for the privilege of doing so. Well, not long after that, as you just said, the market dropped 800 points. So we're watching the markets very, very closely, which open in just under a half hour from right now. One good sign comes from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, the Commerce Department, I should say, which indicated today that both the U.S. and China have smooth communications and good cooperation with each other, and that China is, quote, full of confidence that an agreement can be reached within 90 days. Here's Gao Feng.
First of all, we will start with agricultural, energy, and auto products to immediately implement the details of the consensus reached between the two sides. Then, in the next 90 days, we will refer to a clear timetable and roadmap and conduct negotiation on the issues of intellectual property rights protection, technology cooperation, market access, and trade balance, which are issues with mutual interests and demands.
Another couple of wild cards in the markets. News of the arrest in Canada of the chief financial officer of China's huge Huawei telephone company. Her name is Meng Wanzhou, and she was arrested for violating sanctions against Iran and is expected to be extradited to the United States, China demanding Meng's immediate release. The other wild card is the falling price of oil and OPEC's inability to come to a decision to cut oil production.
We are not ready to cut our production, but Iran supports any decision made by OPEC members for managing the market. But Iran, during the period of imposed sanction, is not fair to reduce anything more.
Some analysts have been predicting a cut of at least 1 million barrels a day. The president tweeting just 24 hours ago that he hopes OPEC holds onto oil production as it now is, that they don't cut production. He says the last thing the world wants to see is a rise in oil prices. Bill, back to you.
Thank you, Doug. Good stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're on track to maintain good relations with Saudi Arabia as long as they maintain good, solid oil production. Even if the prices fall, I think our long-term projections are good, and they can certainly count on our support in the region. You know, Saudi Arabia and Israel obviously have something going on. We're not sure what, but we're part of that. You know, and I don't have a problem declaring that I'm against the Zionist takeover of our country, but still be in favor of the Israeli-Saudi trade relationship that we have. I don't believe it's one or the other. I believe that we can do both. I believe that we can start stipulating our foreign policy as opposed to a Zionist-directed foreign policy and still maintain good relations with Israel. I don't believe we have to separate. For me, it's not an either-or thing. Now, if you're a far right-winger or you are like a white supremacist, David Duke kind of person, that's not acceptable. You would never do business with Israel. I think we have to be much more forward-thinking than that. Israel is already a great nation that's established themselves throughout the world. We do have to stipulate what they can and can't do in our eyes. And killing innocent Palestinian children is not cool. It's horrible. So we have to kind of be assertive in this matter, but not necessarily break ties or start yelling and screaming like Donald would do. But Donald is really pro-Israel. And that much, I think, is carrying the torch with our Saudi Arabian trading partners as well. So I think we have to keep on that course. And I was the one that said that unless Khashoggi has if there's evidence that Khashoggi died, for sure, then we can't be naming and blaming Crown Prince MBS Mohammed bin Salman pinning him to any crime. I think what the CIA is doing right now is relatively reckless. And I would agree with Trump on this one. I don't want to say pro-money. I don't want you to lose your ability to buy gasoline for $3-4 a gallon. $2-3 a gallon right now. I think if we had a major problem with Saudi Arabia, the price would skyrocket to over $5. And I'm protecting your interests. I'm not hunky-dory with Israel or Saudi Arabia. But I'm thinking of America's interests here when I assess the situation. Donald likes the money. He's pro-Israel. He's pro-extreme Zionist. I don't think we can allow Israel's, or I should say the backers of Israel, their goal is to have us push deeper and deeper into the Middle East and continue this constant aggression. I don't think that's going to help solve the problems in the Middle East. But I will provide air support for Israel if they were provoked by any other nation nearby. But no tactical ground military support from our military. I don't see invading the Middle East ever in our future. Yeah, and Saudis only provide 18% of the OPEC market, and we only use our oil. Only 18% of our oil comes from that market, so we're not really that concerned about it. We need to expand other alternative oil sources like Venezuela. There's no reason why Huawei is unknown locally, but around the world it's very well known, right? You are a voice. Ground Zero Media has got some conversation going on right now about how chemtrails and weather warfare is getting us. Yeah. Baby, it's really cold outside. The entrails. Wow. Yeah, that sounds like a good site to check out. Weather warfare. All right, well, everything seems to be in slow motion now that we just ended the life of George H.W. Bush was finalized, and with the funeral and everything. Angela Merkel was in the news today talking about a statement she made in German regarding how everything's kind of working against her right now. Merkel's party is voting for a new leader and a new era in Germany. And Merkel was heard talking about the shitstorm. She used the word in German, shitstorm, an English word, to describe the situation she was in. Her legacy is shaped by migration and austerity. But 2 weeks after announcing she would not seek another term, Chancellor Angela Merkel of Germany was standing in a locomotive factory in eastern Chemnitz, the scene of far-right protests this year, Outside, 2,500 protesters shouted, "Merkel must go." Inside, 120 people, more polite but scarcely less hostile, had come to challenge the Chancellor on her legacy. "You said we would manage," one man said, quoting Miss Merkel's now famous mantra back at her, "but we're not managing." Yep, well, the values that she valued for 13 years are now in danger. I mean, this reckless migration and economic austerity has put the German people in a very bad strait. They don't know what to do. I mean, many people worry about being raped when they go through the streets of Cologne or various other places. Women worry about being attacked by Muslims. Well, I think Angela Merkel has a history unto herself. I mean, I don't even know how she became the leader of Germany. I almost think she is Hitler's daughter. I do. But I can tell you she is an amazing dancer, and I got to tell you, this is one of the best dances I've ever seen.
Die oberflächlich ist und uns zum Schluss alle schwächt. Und ich so, sondern das war auch die gemeinschaftliche Einschätzung. Ich möchte Olaf.
Man, she can swing her booty. What can I say, man? I mean, just turn the music off and just look at this woman move. She's got it down. Man, check that out. That's beautiful. Swing that belly tumor. Well, it's a long era of neglect and a migration problem which is being pushed on to Germany by the people who are really in charge. The people that want to break up countries like Germany and Sweden and Norway and America and Canada and England. These are nations that could become strong and maybe question the Zionist New World Order. We want to keep them weak so that they always are in question, unable to meet the demands of their people, thereby always struggling and never having the strength to realize who really controls the world. Amounts to a few weirdos in a back room in the Netherlands. Why are they all laughing at the ugly woman? She was not ugly. That was the look of German women. It was. Don't you know, like in Polynesian families, it's considered very beautiful to have a large belly. Women matriarchs are supposed to be overweight. That's her showing her wealth. You're not reading the culture right, Misanthropy. Have you ever been to Germany? Have you ever been to Deutschland? Yeah, she's showing her amazing je ne sais quoi, joie vert. I don't know what to say. Who cares? Moving on. Wow, this is really the end of the news story here. They're blaming the PG&E tower on a deadly fire that occurred on top of some electric pole. They're claiming the entire campfire occurred. Well, if this is true, they could theoretically get some money out of all of the PG&E stocks or insurance companies that they have. So maybe there's hope in some of this.
CAL FIRE wouldn't comment on what we've learned, saying their investigation is ongoing.
That's a red flag.
We shared our findings with attorney Frank Petrie, who has sued the company over wildfires and the San Bruno gas explosion. He says the hook failure shows PG&E is not on top of the risk posed by its dangerously aging infrastructure.
You have to have a rigorous system of inspection, particularly when you have systems that are 50 years old or more. And you just can't visually inspect these things.
DiCataldi says PG&E should have done those inspections after 2012, when 5 towers collapsed during a winter windstorm.
They should have taken a serious look at the entire circuit after those 5 towers collapsed in 2012. And it appears they didn't do that. And so that's a big problem for PG&E. And it's a big problem for the people who were killed, who were made homeless, and who were harmed in many ways.
Jackson Vanderbecken, NBC.
I don't know.
Bay Area News.
I don't buy it. I think that they're just blaming it on PG&E and some ridiculous. I didn't even see scorch marks on the supposed fire starter. Yeah, PG&E will probably Chapter 11 get out from any liability due to the insurance debacle that's about to hit them hard between the eyes. Yeah, no doubt. We're probably looking at a government restructuring of the entire power grid. They probably use this as a win-win. You know, I seriously don't think it started there. I still believe it was a directed energy weapon that started this fire. And additionally, dropping cinders on at 60-mile-an-hour winds is bound to create a huge firestorm. So we've got more than enough proof that there's something up here. But no arson investigations going on that would lead us to believe this means there's massive cover-up at the government level. Okay, you take a long nap, okay? I'm only up till 2 in the morning every night dedicated to this show, despite how nappy I feel. Yeah, but you go ahead and take a nap, because you have the right. You're not the broadcaster. All of you can take naps throughout this entire show. I'm the one who does this every night. That's right. A relentless show with no stop points. Endless. A commitment only described as superhuman by any stretch of your imagination. Hallelujah. Okay, yeah. Right. The people who got him killed are still in power in America. And until and unless those people are imprisoned, America won't ever be free. So Trump is reluctant to release the information regarding George H.W. Bush. Now that George H.W. Bush is dead. Tell me that's not weird. We'll see if it isn't released in the next couple of weeks. We're going to be assuming Trump is sitting on something, or he's just overwhelmed with the Mueller investigation and Rudy Giuliani wanting to do dress up. Yeah. Hey, Mr. President, I just wanted to say if maybe we could do a little dress up together. What do you say? Rudy, I told you I don't want to do that anymore. I'm tired of the whole tranny thing. Yeah. You can only imagine what his attorney is telling him right now, secretly, is privately his word. Let's go in the back there and enjoy ourselves, just you and me, Rudy. Just the two of us like good old times. We won't even invite Ivanka this time.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
Okay, so that was Rudy doing dress up. Offhanded, that is Donald Trump's top leading attorney. I mean, he's defending him. He's doing all the work he can to protect him. That's Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York. Yeah, the guy that didn't give anybody an air mask. 50,000 people walked into the 9/11 situation without an air mask because of his stupidity. I mean, nobody even thought to put an air mask on. I mean, where were they? Now 50,000 people struggle to breathe every day because of Rudy Giuliani's ineptitude. And he's the guy defending Donald Trump. Tell me that isn't a nightmare in the making. I don't know. Well, I kind of like this low stress, lack of news storyline. It's kind of nice, you know? It's kind of kick back. It's like the new era of just, you know, watching the wheels turn. That's a great song, John Lennon. I haven't played that in a long time. Watching the wheels go round. Let's see if we can pull that up tonight. Yeah. I love it. Okay, I'll play that later. Come hell or high water, Dave, the show must go on. That's right. And that's what we live by, that motto. There are people that can't handle this show. As moderators, we've lost a couple of important people recently. It's unfortunate, but the show goes on, and I can't possibly be that sensitive and overtaken with anger to let myself fall into that trap. If somebody else is angry, doesn't want to watch the show, I certainly understand that. All right. Well, there's a lack of contributions because there's a lack of news. We just got through like the most boring, endless funeral that anyone could ever have, and very little migration forward with the Mueller case. We still don't know at all what the lies were that Manafort was saying that we violated the plea agreement. We're still waiting on that. We have yet to really find anything out regarding Donald Trump's court cases and where he's taking us. His recent statement about tariffs being really popular with tariffs sent the stock market in a negative direction by almost 800 points. So I guess if he would stop tweeting, it might help. So if I were Congress right now, I'd be looking to put together a proposal to suggest that presidents aren't allowed to tweet unless they go through official channels or something. I mean, it's as though Donald Trump's tweeting has led to a lot of consternation around the world. And that's an understatement. Yeah, so my post office it's a flag at half a mast in reference to George H.W. New World Order Bush. A new world order. 1,000 points of light. Turns out that 1,000 point of light thing that we played last night, and his reference to the 1,000 points of light, was an Illuminati castle that is evil in nature. Yeah, we were like shocked to see this video last night. Thanks for submitting that, whoever it was. But the castle, 1,000 points of light, really kind of shocked us. Let's take a look at that.
Deep in the forest of Belgium, just outside the little village of Huneau, lies a dark castle. A place so forbidden, many locals refuse to even speak of it. Shrouded in secrecy and heavily guarded, it is rumored to be home to unspeakable horrors. Officially, its name is Chateau Amaroy, aka the Mothers of Darkness Castle. It has been accused of being the epicenter of the Illuminati underworld, hosting some of the elite's darkest rituals and high-level monarch programming. Join me as we unlock the secrets of Mothers of Darkness Castle and discover why it has earned the nickname the most evil place on Earth.
One investigator said it was like...
So they talk about how there's a place in the castle that has 1,000 points of light in it. Yeah, I'll give you the link so you can look at it later. But I think I'll do a retro on that one. Yeah, that was a good one. Mothers of Darkness. Yeah, I'll put that in the lineup tonight. This is a haunting, weird statement. Look what Bush said. I'll play this for you. Yeah. Notice the grin when George H.W. Bush said this about the president, John F. Kennedy.
After a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, after a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, after a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, long before he arrived in Washington, Gerald Ford's word was good. During the 3 decades of public service that followed his arrival in our nation's capital, time and again, he would step forward and keep his promise, even when the dark clouds of political crisis gathered over America. After a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, our nation turned to Gerald Ford and a select handful of others to make sense of that madness. And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but the Warren Commission report will always have the final definitive say on this tragic matter. Why? Because Jerry Ford put his name on it, and Jerry Ford's word was always good.
Ha! Jerry Ford's word was always good. The alleged pedophile, Jerry Ford? Okay. All right. Wow. Yeah, so he had a little laugh there. Many people believe that George H.W. Bush knew about the plan. Yeah, it's a very odd. Little odd. Could be little odd to you. That's fine. Yeah, that's a big, huge question mark why he was giggling there. All right, this next little story here is about the death of a Guatemalan toddler detained by ICE sparks a $60 million legal claim. As it should. U.S. Immigration Customs officials promote Homeland Security for public safety, yes. The organization has over 20,000 employees and 400 offices in the U.S. and 46 countries. All right. ICE is divided into 3 operations. Got it. Oh, this is just a basic discussion of ICE. It goes on to talk about it here. Maria Juarez and mother Yasmin, who told ABC News she was fleeing an abusive situation at home, illegally crossed into the United States earlier this year, but they were detained and taken to a family detention center in Dilley, Texas, where all medical care is provided by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Health Services. Okay, medical records obtained from a watchdog group said that she entered the facility but soon developed a respiratory infection, the child did, that Yasmin says was inadequately treated for nearly 2 weeks. Wow. And frankly to me, it was completely irresponsible, she told ABC News, of her daughter's medical treatment at the Dilley facility. That's a Dilley, all right. I think they should think about the children of little angels, and this is not their fault. This is not their fault. You know, this baby died because of this horrible thing. Unbelievable. How tragic. Gosh. Wow. Trump won't even answer for the 2,400 kids missing right now at the border. Oh, just let the ACLU sort it out. Okay, Burger King deal has sent customers to McDonald's to get the penny Whopper. Whoa, what's this about? For all of you Whopper people, a new Burger King deal allows customers to get a Whopper for just 1 penny. But they have to head to McDonald's first. Huh. Okay. Just hearing the short rundown of the new Burger King deal may seem strange, but it all makes sense. Basically, customers are able to stop by any McDonald's location in the U.S. and order the 1-cent Whopper, but they won't be asking for it from the McDonald's staff. Instead, customers will be using the Burger King app on their smartphones to make the order. It will recognize when customers are within 600 feet of a McDonald's location. When it sees this, it will unlock the deal for the penny Whopper. Now that Burger King deal is available to the customer, they can make the they can make their order. When doing so, they can select a nearby Burger King location to pick the order up from. Once that's done, they just have to head over to the store and get their almost free burger. I want to eat more meat. I want to eat more beef. Yeah. Feel that frenzy of people just frothing at the mouth, salivating, ready to go around with their smartphone and their RF frequencies that are penetrating their brain just to get their free burger that has hormones and byproducts in it that'll probably end up rotting their neurons in their head. Isn't this amazing? They treat us like we're a bunch of Pavlovian animals frothing at the bit. I mean, this is so ridiculous. Plus, they'll be tracking you, tracking the burger. Wow, this is freaky. And this is the new technology, you know. This is it, man. We're merging. It's a mashup. You don't even know what you're eating. Yeah. I think that we're talking about there is some human skin cells in some of the beef, they know. They tested some of the beef and they found human skin cells. Someone said they were putting humans in the beef, but that's just not true. Yeah. You're eating other people's skin cells. I know. Well, I hope they do real well with their campaign, because it's all about making money, right? Who cares about the end product and all the cancer and tumors they cause, you know? You know what I mean? Who cares? Your grandkids won't eat the burger fast food? That's smart hell all day. It's probably better that you just make a nice big pot of hamburger helper or something. Of course, that's genetically modified, so I don't know. Pizza! Yeah, everyone's doing pizza now that the romaine lettuce is still missing from the shelves. When do they plan on having romaine lettuce on the shelf? In 2022 or something? I have not seen any shelves replenished with any romaine. And isn't it ironic that they won't even test the water that the romaine lettuce is growing in? Yeah, the FDA refuses to test the water from the people that died and the lettuce that grew with the people that were fed the lettuce that grew in the sewer water. Well, why would they be using sewer water, Dave? Because there's a drought in Arizona, Nevada, and California? Why wouldn't the FDA check? Because the FDA doesn't care? American women attacked by hippo in African wild tour. Wow. This is dangerous. Hippos kill more people than any other animal in the world. It's very serious.
11, the vacation nightmare for a Tampa couple traveling in Africa. The ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska has their harrowing encounter with a hippo.
Kristen Yaldor and her husband Ryan were on the trip of a lifetime, a Wild Horizons safari down the Zambezi River in Zimbabwe. The tour company says a hippo capsized their canoe, sending them overboard. As Kristen Yaldor was swimming to shore, she was attacked and pulled underwater. Her family says the hippo dragged Kristen under the water, its jaws snapping down on her leg and breaking her femur before she could escape. Hippos are the most dangerous mammals in Africa. They can be up to 17 feet long, weighing nearly 10,000 pounds. As for Kristen, the tour company says she was airlifted to a medical facility less than an hour after the attack, where her family says she was in intensive care. Kristen Yaldor's mother-in-law says if that hippo had bitten down on her femoral artery, the family might be planning a funeral. She called Kristen incredibly lucky. In Tampa, Michael Paluska, ABC Action News.
Hip, hip, hooray for her. Man, she's lucky, all right. Wow, hippos are very dangerous. Wow. She is very fortunate. Yeah, thank you for sharing that wonderful story about, hippos are super big too. Yeah. It makes it like you don't even want to go spend the 50 grand to go to Africa and go on a safari, Just like, gee, I think I'm going to save that 50 grand to buy something on the internet. Like a house, maybe? Let's go to Zillow and see if there's any houses for 50 grand. Anyone want to know where to buy a house in America? Great technology. If you haven't looked at this stuff, you can go to Zillow.com, Zillow.com. And there's another one called True. I'm going to check out this place right here. No, Seattle's not a good name. Let's check out, yeah, anywhere you might want to move. Anywhere. Mississippi? No, I think you can do better. You know, Michigan just authorized marijuana legalization, and so did Missouri. Yeah, so let's try Springfield, Missouri. Yeah, that's a kind of an interesting place. Let's put a listing at 50,000 tops. See what I can find. Let's go to the map. Yeah, all those on Zillow right there are showing at $50,000. Any one of these houses in the middle of Springfield, Missouri are $50,000, $45,000. Almost everything is available. That's a full house sitting there, bath, the whole deal, $35,000. Little backyard, a nice little wood fireplace. Yeah, you got a lot of opportunity under 50,000 in this area. Let me put a criteria of 4 beds. There's only 5 houses in Springfield, Missouri that with 4 beds. One's 42,000, one's 48, one's 50. Let's look at the top price on this one. This is a full-on house with 4 bedrooms. Okay, let's look at another one. No, I'm not really planning on moving at all, no. But I like to look around. It's fun. Oh, there's that same house. Okay. Usually older stick frame buildings is what you're getting. Yeah, you're looking at about a $40,000 house. It's not bad, you know. This looks like something I haven't seen yet. Yeah, look at that hardwood floors. Wow. That's a pretty good value for $48,000, you know. It's not a bad neighborhood either, you know. You're looking at pretty great technology right now. I'm looking at 3-dimensional mapping, and you can go down the street. If you haven't gone on Google Maps and done this, it's really fun. And yeah, look at that. It's like a picturesque little house. You kind of frame it right there. That brickwork could be made into a solid kind of a stucco wall, and it would look very attractive. I like the roof on that. It's pretty decent, you know. Look at that. It's not bad. You're getting pretty good value for the money. You want to look for a house in Calabasas, California? Okay. Okay, what price range? 2 million? Yeah, you're right, Akira. About 500,000 on that one. So let's put a top price of 500,000. There's only one house as low as 389,000. This beautiful 389,000 house is not yet built, or is it? Yeah, it's built. That's nice. Wow, that's a great back room. It's not bad. Problem is when I look at the street view, I don't see it. So I think they're just selling you property, that they're willing to build a house like that for $389,000. So there's literally nothing as low as $500,000. The 4 bedrooms. Let's drop it to 2 bedrooms. There you go. Okay, this is a $483,000 house. Oh, you can't even see it. It'd help if you could see it, right? Yeah, show it, Dave. Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at it. It's like, I'm having a great time looking at this. I'll try San Diego in a second. That's high price, San Diego is. Calabasas. That's an apartment building. Pretty decent, yeah. You got the usual apartment building kind of interiors. Nice two bathroom, 2 sink bathroom. Yeah, look at those. Very high tech. Got a community swimming pool. That's very nice. All that for only $483,000. Wow. Yeah, so you're up in the high rent district there. Okay, San Diego, another high rent district area. Prices are astronomical in LA too. It's just unbelievable. Like in my area, you can find a nice house for about $250,000. There, and even Seattle is like $400,000. Yeah, Malibu has great fire sales going on right now after they vaporized their homes. San Diego, wow. Hey, you know, there's more things showing at $500,000 in 2 bedrooms. Let's go to 4 bedrooms. Okay. This 4-bedroom house is outside Linda Vista. It's a mobile home. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you're getting a mobile home for Balboa Ridge. It's a condo for $480,000. Beautiful Balboa Ridge. There are some pretty affordable, like low-cost houses here. Check this out. You're getting a mobile home in a mobile home park for $160,000. You'll have to pay a monthly fee. I don't know. Mexicans make a lot of money in LA. Yeah, even illegal aliens make a lot of money in LA. That's why they go there, man, to get their money. You want to live in Riverside. I want to live in America. Yeah, they do. Not all Mexicans are making a lot of money. Some people. I know of people that they're made $35 an hour. And I haven't dared ask her if the maid can show her papers. Can you show your papers? Yeah, so these are mobile homes for $180,000. Anything in the 4-bedroom range for $500,000 is going to be, full-on condos. You want to get into the real houses, you got to set that limit to $1 million. Yeah, there you go. Bingo, $1 million. Let's add, we got to have a swimming pool. I mean, you're going to be living there and you spend $1 million, you got to at least get a swimming pool, right? Okay, every one of these houses has a swimming pool. Here's a nice low budget $599. It's a house. And it's got a backyard with a swimming pool. You want to go to Merced? Okay. We're going to Merced, California. As close as I can get you to Yosemite. Here we go. Up, up, and away, my beautiful Zillow machine. Well, there are houses that don't have pools in California. There are. I have a friend who bought a $1.3 million house with no swimming pool. He left his house with a swimming pool. And I said, dude, you sold a house with a perfect little swimming pool. And a spa too, and it had the best avocado trees, to buy a house overlooking the city of LA with a great stellar view but no swimming pool. And he literally doubled the cost. He spent double what his other house was worth. And it's like, geez, you could retire to that house, that swimming pool. I just kept saying, why are you selling this? But whatever. Okay, here's a really nice little rambler. ready to go, you know. Under 300,000 in Merced, California. Very affordable. Yeah. This is 335,000. Nice, clean little house. Wow, that's decent. Yeah. You know, you don't get a lot, but you don't want a lot either. It's a corner lot. This is kind of like the size of the house he had. That's not bad. You know, so Merced is much more affordable, probably around half of the price of LA. All right, good luck, everybody. Thank you for watching the show. We take advantage of the technology available to us to look around and have fun. I'm just checking the values all around the country. It's one of my hobbies. I look at various cities around the country and just say, hey, you know, what's available? And you would be surprised if you go on a journey on Zillow.com or Trulia, what you'll find. It's pretty cool. Show's over, I know. That was fast. Thank you. Yeah, well, you know, we're just maintaining a daily flow and bringing it in. And so far, not a lot of news has been generated. The whole George H.W. Bush funeral took days and days, and they still haven't even buried him. He's on his way to the final resting place. And the stock market crashed, and Trump is still out there, you know, promising great deals. It's just getting kind of old. The whole thing is kind of getting, you know. We saw this the past 2 years. I mean, where is this going? Don't leave us, Dave. Well, I'll be in the show till 2 in the morning because I chat with everybody. And we play videos. And we've got a lot of videos lined up tonight, so. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll play the weirdest video you'll ever see in our video lineup tonight. That was pretty bizarre. I was playing it right before Sarah came in the room, and she's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Well, I get these video links all the time, and we got a video about body language, about the people at the funeral. We'll be doing seeing an analysis of the body language of Barack Obama, Michelle, Bill Clinton, Hillary, the whole gang. The gang's all here. And what their body language says. All right. Uh-oh. This is one last news item from Norway. The Doomsday Seed Vault built to store every known crop on the planet is in danger, but it may get the $13 million upgrade there. Yeah, the Orya. It turns out that the water is leaking in. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault is home seeds for more than 1 million crops from all over the world. Over the past few years, the vault has proved necessary. Seeds were withdrawn to replace some from Syria that got destroyed during war. It helped. It's also vulnerable. Melting permafrost created a glacier-like water flow in the tunnel leading to the vault. The Norwegian government wants to upgrade the facility. Leave it to the Norwegian to put this is so stupid. They put a vault with the most important seeds in the world under water. David looks like a serious airplane pilot with his shades. That I can make that happen. Oh, I hope CERN is turned off for 2 years. That'd be great. I hope they get a good upgrade. CERN's going to be turned off for 2 years for an upgrade. You know, what are they really doing there? Are they trying to break into another universe through a timeline, some sort of a portal? You know, I'm going to cancel the idea of calling the Seed Vault and asking them if they'll store my precious bodily fluids. The thing is, it affects your precious bodily fluids when they are stored. Let's see if I can pull this up. Background, please. Airplane background. We're flying at 25,000 feet, ladies and gentlemen. We are flying above the beautiful Himalayas. To your right, you'll see the chemtrail pattern of the aerial spraying going on beneath the canopy of chemical clouds. I'm the navigator on this flight, ladies and gentlemen. From atop the huge flying altitudes as high as 25,000 feet, we are approaching the airstream of solid chemicals flying in the atmosphere. Okay, we're going to be wrapping it down here real fast. I am going to say au revoir, and until we meet again. Thank you for coming in. We'll talk to you again tomorrow for our... Yeah, I know. It's amazing, isn't it? Another Freedom Friday coming up tomorrow night. And I'm muting you and kicking you from the show. Thank you. Au revoir.
Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government. One that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth. And a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.